I think. Hello everyone, how's everyone doing today? There was a moment of technical difficulty, but I think so I made through it. So, how's everyone doing today? I'm gonna get rid of that. So, yeah, uh, who's in the live chat? Let's have a look. So, I've got Jason, Joey, I've got MX, I've got, if I'm not David, Low Energy Vids, if I'm not wrong, and my unfinished song. Yeah, no, the stream's starting soon. I don't know why the end just doesn't pop up, so I'll have to go back and look at it. What's going on? Hello, Fleeting Infinity. How everyone's doing? Oh, stop the stupidity. Thank you guys for coming in. So, yeah, let's see. Doing okay. How about you? Oh yeah, I'm doing fine. It's a long weekend. I'm enjoying that. Um, so yeah. So everybody wondering why I'm doing this live stream, why I have taken over Chesh's channel again, is because Steve recently made an announcement that the non sequitur show is back, and if I might show, this is the one. Non sequitur show is back. Civil rights, Charlie Kirk, and hashtag MAGA with David Paulman. I don't know exactly who David Paulman is, but I do know what. All I know about them is that they have a YouTube channel. I don't know their background. I think so that is better to go in like that, to not know, you know, what their other background is, so that, the bias is out of the picture, at least with them. So I did go in and listen to this live stream, and frankly, it was disappointing, very disappointing. So I thought we need to come up. Steve McRae, I don't want to. I won't poison the well. We'll start. You will see. But I was disappointed. Some might say I'm poisoning the well, but I went through it. I was able to debunk a lot of things that he said, and even what David Paulman said. Those in the Discord knew last night when I was working on this stream how easily everything was debunkable and how many things Steve McRae's, gotten wrong. So today, that's the purpose. Steve McRae has been repeating some, not some actually, a lot of misinformation. So I thought there should be a counter narrative to correct that misinformation and also correct the logical fallacies in Steve's arguments and also David's arguments. It might, therefore, the show might go a little longer than usual. As usual, that's what happens when I take over the channel. A simple stream ends up being like a 5 to 6 hour stream. But hopefully, I hope I can do justice. And the non sequitur show community has a space to approach to and or come to when they're looking for alternatives to Steve McRae, because Steve McRae is not the non sequitur community. Uh, Alex Markel, my favorite goblin. I'm your favorite goblin. Aww. And then they said, "Am I gonna get put on a list for watching this again?" Chesh, yes. April, hello, welcome. Come on through. So that's the idea. Today, go through his stuff, debunk him, and yeah, and take it from there. And if people like this format, might continue it on Chesh's channel. That every time, not every time, but whenever I think I need to counter Steve's claims, I can come up with a stream to do that. I'm really, I kind of realize that I'm getting good at this, at doing research and finding, arguments or fallacies and stuff. I'm getting good at it, but I need to do my homework. That's what I've realized. Oh no, I'm um, transphobic Johns, all the misinformation that's being put out there, right? You, someone has to come back and say, no, this is misinformation. This is the correct information. We need to do that in this day and age, especially when technology enables misinformation to travel so fast, right? And especially with Steve, who has some 29K subscriber channels. I don't know how active that channel is, but still, right? It's a reach. And we did go through a lot of comments in his post section um, recently on Dumbfake Friday. That was, and a lot of people were disappointed with him. And someone called him an incel. God. Never thought that Steve would be called an incel. So here we are. So yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop up my notes. So if I'm looking to like towards my right, it's because I've got my notes on my other screen. So I'm going through those to come up with my rebuttals or my questions or my criticisms, or whenever I point out logical fallacies and yada yada yada. Alex Markle, I can't wait for the AI ghouls to suffer withdrawal when the plug gets pulled next year. AI? Sure. Okay, cool. So without any further ado, let's start. And I'm just looking at the description. It says, let's start with the description. Why not, right? It says, non-sequitur show is back, civil rights, Charlie Kirk, blah 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 blah. And edit. Sorry, audio got a little muffled near the end. I have to work on it. I'm using my voice and my platforms to raise awareness of what is going on in the United States of America right now. Being former military, I swore on oath to defend my country from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and even thought I am no longer military. Ellipses. I think he means even though. That's a typo, I guess. Um, and it is an oath, I think, as patriots and American citizens extends outside of our tour of duty. If people want to discuss or know more about these topics, then welcome to the channel and love to hear your opinions and voices. Ellipses. However, this is no longer a debate channel. Okay, so Steve has become a coward and he's not going to debate anyone. Debate is over when it comes to my beliefs and positions on this matter. It's so sad to see, like, this was the guy like 3 or 4 years ago who would very enthusiastically would welcome other beliefs and question them and also defend his own. And now he's changed to this person who is just like, I'm just gonna bombard you with stuff. I'm not open to dialogue. That is sad. Um, and then we can discuss, but just like Flatter, there's really nothing anyone can say to change my beliefs, which are formulated by and deeply and profoundly held by an extraordinary amount of evidence. We shall see how much evidence Steve will provide in this live stream. We shall see. And then it is also quite personal to me right now, and I'm streaming again for those those I care about. I think so he meant for those who I love, for those I care about, and those friends who have actually been my friends. In short, maybe who have like what do you say, reinforced his echo chamber. I guess that's what he means by who have actually been his friends. I love you guys and girls, men and women, maybe. And that is not mere lip service. Many of you have more than demonstrated your friendship to me, and I in turn want to demonstrate my friendship to you by doing streams to keep you all informed, as many I know in real life don't have time to really dive into all this stuff. I'm not working right now. Oh, he's not working right now. And so I have the time and I have my voice and I plan to use it. So how is he gonna pay back? Sure, okay. He's not working. He is unemployed at the moment, which is fine. I'm not going to judge him for that. Alright, so let's get started. LFG? What does LFG mean? I don't know. Keep the discussion going. So, I would like to have a criticism for Steve here. When you have already said that you're not going to have a debate and that you're not going to defend your beliefs, then you can't have a discussion. You can't have a dialogue. You can't. You can't. So, yeah, this is just a non sequitur, if I might dare say. Right? Really, Cygnus, Big Couchin, hello. So, Freudian slip, he wrote extraordinary amount of evidence. Extraordinary amount. I don't know what's the metric. How much is extraordinary amount of evidence, right? We'll see how much evidence he will provide in this stream. We shall see. All right, so hi Little Lumo. So without any further ado, so shall we start? let me know if I can speed the stream up because yeah, so we can cover it more quickly. I don't know if that's gonna help, but it was funny last night when I was in the Discord server and prepping for the stream. Had to come and had to bring this up because of all the misinformation and the things Steve got wrong. This thing that I've been reading for the last 1 year. There's a reason why I'm working on like evolving my skills in these matters so that I can debunk people like Steve and his guests who he brings on. Extortionary versus extraordinary. Did he say extortionary? Hold on. Extortionary. Okay. What does extortionary amount of evidence mean? Sorry, I didn't even see that. I thought he wrote extraordinary. Hold on. What does extortionary mean? Is extortionary an appropriate word to use here? Or did he mean extraordinary? Oh my God, Steve, come on. And English is my second language. 1.25 is always good by default, in your opinion? Yeah, sure. Actually, YouTube now kind of allows you to go for like 1.15, 1.1, and etc. etc. So let's see. We start with 1.1 and see if it's good enough for us, yeah? And I'll play. Just let me know if you can hear the audio. If not, then I'll make it work. Uh, Hinder from the live chat has said, "What's weird is Steve turned out to be the worst of the two." Worst of the two? You mean Kyle? Hmm. Well, yeah, the way the Steve is being transphobic and racist and all, yeah, you could say that. All right, let's go. Okay, 6, 7, Charlie, civil, MAGA. Okay. Okay, I'm going to skip this part because this is an introduction, so we don't need that. I'm just gonna go up. You have been warned. Yeah. All right, here we go. 148. That's where we start from.
All right, welcome back to the Non Sequitur Show. It has been a day. It has been a journey. To tell you the struggle to even get back to streaming has been something that has been a life-altering process, to say the least. And over a period of time, I'll tell you guys more details. But right now, all that really matters is that things are going really well for me. I am happy, and that's all that matters. I do have a lot of people in my life that.
That's all that matters to Steve. Okay. That he's happy. How he achieves that happiness, who he throws under the bus along the way to achieve that happiness, or the communities he betrays, doesn't matter, right?
That have wanted me to get back into streaming and for other reasons. So I'm.
Yeah, his graphic design is like shite. Yeah. That whole thing, yeah. Mine is better. Mine is simpler, thanks to Chesh. I believe either if you do something properly and nice like Chesh does, or keep it simple as. Steve is not isn't either. So yeah.
I'm going to lend my voice and my channels out there to put out what I always wanted to put out, which is my beliefs. And if people wish to engage on those beliefs, as always, I'm happy to do so.
But didn't you say in your description that you're not going to defend your beliefs anymore? Hold on. Over here you're saying that you're happy that people will engage with your beliefs. That means that they will ask you to defend your beliefs too. If they're going to engage, that will be part of engagement. Hold on. Topics. However, this is no longer a debate channel. We can discuss, but just like Flatter, there's really nothing anyone can say to change my beliefs, which are formulated and deeply blah blah blah. Okay, so he's saying that this is no longer a debate channel. Debate is over when it comes to my beliefs and positions on this matter. So he's saying that he's not going to debate. But then how else someone is supposed to engage with your beliefs? They're just supposed to sit and listen why you believe in something and not question you? Is that what it is? Okay, you can explain to people like where you're coming from, where your beliefs are coming from. But if you really want to engage with them, you have to let them question your beliefs. It's not a one-way street. Engagement is a two-way street. It's not a one-way street. Okay. Ash Scott, if you lose your audience through inactivity, the algorithm will never allow the channel to get any reach again. I wouldn't waste time on that channel. Make a new one. Yeah, yeah. Icarus, so did Chesh and Manya change places? I'm confused. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. All right.
I mean, my channel has always been, a place where people can go and share ideas, and that's absolutely fine. We should, in this day and age, be willing to have discussions. However, I want to make it very clear that this channel is no longer a debate channel. Debates are great. I love them, and I love channels that have them. Modern day.
So if you love debates, why aren't you open to doing them?
Debate. James over there, awesome debate. So if you like
Modern Day Debate, that's another channel that had, if I'm not wrong, Nazis on their fucking timeline. Okay.
Like debating, go to Modern Day Debate, and tell him Steve says hi. I fully support his debating, so if that's what you're into, great. And I'll still review some debates.
He's using the same layout I showed y'all on Friday. He just changed the base layout. Instead of that ugly brown mix, it's an ugly American flag. Yes, yes.
Every so often as well. But my goal has changed. My goal has been recently, very recently, I guess you can say, just to get the information out to the people that
Okay, I'm gonna bring my notes up, so let's go. Okay, so Steve is saying his goal is no longer to debate, but getting information out to loved ones. People are welcome to come along for a ride, right? This is what he's doing is he's framing without accountability. He's presenting himself as merely sharing information while explicitly opting out of debate, creating a one-way channel, right? How is someone supposed to question you regarding the information you're sharing? Are you going to share your citations? Because if you're just going to share information and you're not going to debate, right? And you're creating this strategic asymmetry, I really hope you understand that the burden to provide proof increases on you a lot more, right? And again, you're saying that you invite discussion or you welcome discussion, but then you're ruling out the debate, which is you're trying to narrow the challenge, right? This is classic goalpost shifting right from the start. Transparent truth seeking requires contestation, right? If your channel makes systematic challenge unlikely, the burden on Steve to substantiate his claims in the moment increases. It does not decrease, actually. So I really hope that Steve is going to provide citations and evidence for his claims in this stream. Because if no one can challenge him about the validity of his claims, nor ask, for citations or resources, it's his responsibility to compensate for that, right? He thinks that having asymmetric rules is equal to asymmetric credibility. If you're disabling debate, and you continue to make factual claims, again, you have increased your burden of proof, right? So let's see what happens if he's going to provide us with any, citations or anything like that, right? April from the live chat. Yes, but Manya, you don't need to meet the burden of proof if you block everyone who disagrees with you, right? Hi, Dapper. Don't worry about the science facts, right?
that I care about, my loved ones, my friends and family, and that's it. And if people want to come along for the ride, that's fine. It's not about subs. It's not about clicks. It's not about anything else, but getting the information and talking about it with people that I care about and the people that have been actual friends of mine. And speaking of which, I'd like to introduce you to one that has been around the channel for a while, David Paulman. Man, it has been a day, actually. Well, hasn't been too long ago, but, she's been on the Non-Sequitur show at least. But welcome, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Quick question. Are you sure that we're live? Because I don't have any notification here saying that we are.
It shows that I'm live. Yeah. It
Okay,
shows people are watching. I have some
I'm going to skip this.
people that
Like saying that it's gone live.
can hear me. If you can make sure that it is going out correctly. It does look. I had a little bit about the live chat as far as the chat box. When I see a couple people, I see Zebulon out there. So
All right.
let me just double check that. Really let people know who you are, because I really have been a big
Okay,
fan of yours.
here we go.
Obviously, people that know both of us know that we have different theological beliefs, but politically we align pretty well, except that you probably go a lot further than I do, which is fine. But tell people about yourself so we can kind of get a broad spectrum of ideas from me, which is still more moderate to right, leaning more right, and you, and I'm just going to say far left, or excuse me, far right, but you're going to explain what that means. So there you go.
Yeah, well, so in the YouTube space, I go by the moniker Faith Because of Reason, and that's just in, acknowledgement of the stuff I do in the kind of apologetics and philosophy of religion space, which is what I mostly do, so I don't dabble in politics
Okay, so that's the channel.
too much, mostly just because things get toxic super fast. But obviously, I have my political opinions, and I would describe myself as being far right, which it's really just it's a traditional conservative, but with society going so far to the left, at this point, I think it's fair to say that I'd be considered far right. What I don't mean by that is that I'm a fascist or a white supremacist or anything like that, which people often assume is sort of baked into the far right label. So I don't.
Okay, so again, so David over here, he's self-labeling himself as being a far right, but he's not fascist or supremacist, right? The core flaw here is that he's label laundering. That's what it is. Far right is undefined here. What do you mean by far right, right? But just because you're disavowing one thing doesn't mean that what your beliefs are in other categories, like policies, institutions to change, rights to curtail or expand, right? For example. So again, labels don't do the arguing, policies do, right? Give us some list of like concrete positions like immigration, voting rules, police powers, press limits, civil right protections, and then on the basis of that we can evaluate whether you are far right or you are moderate or you are not a white supremacist, right? uh, just give us 3 policies, right? So we can actually know the scale or the spectrum where you fall at, right? And in each of those like policies, what are your citations? What are the cases you're depending on? Just sitting there and giving labels is ineffective. So it's ambiguity, right? It's far right is ideologically loaded. That's also another thing, right? And without any policy specifics, right? The label, you can launder that label to mean anything you want. Anything from traditional conservative to illiberal ethno-nationalism, right? So there's definitional slipperiness, if I might dare say. And this is also a preemptive strawman shield, right? Disavowing white supremacy, quote unquote, before presenting any positions. You're trying to inoculate against any criticism that might come against your actual policies that you hold or actual policies that you support, right? So this whole thing it's a non sequitur. Saying I am X but not Y does not tell anything substantial about X. So maybe hopefully as we go further we'll find out maybe that what exactly he means by being far right. But again, he has done this slippery thing over here again. He has said, oh, according to the left or according to some people, I would be far right. So he's putting it on others to define his position, like what spectrum he sits on for him for some reason, or to label the spectrum he sits on. That's, yeah, dude, come on. That's come on. At least stand up for what your policies are or what your beliefs are, right? Don't put it on others.
Don't mean to identify myself.
And if others do decide that you're far right, then you're far right. That's why we are asking what your policies are. Just to say that, oh, other people will say I'm far right without presenting what your policies are or what your beliefs are or belief systems are, it's unfair. And it's kind of like you're trying to blame the other side for getting you wrong
with those
when you have presented nothing. And we are just 6 minutes in.
sorts of things when I say that I'm a far right conservative.
Which is kind of funny because I've always thought that people like Trump and other politicians tend to be more moderate to right-leaning. I don't consider Trump by any means a far right. You're not. See, you're further right to the right than Trump, but you're not far right like the Nick Fuentes type thing, which is, because again, I want to make sure that we recognize that the far right, as understood by most people in the social media domain, people like Nick Fuentes, nobody wants to have anything to do with him. In fact, I don't think his audience is even organic.
So Nick Fuentes is your reference point for far right? Or a far right? This is such jumbled sentence with nothing flowing through it.
I really don't. I think it is completely inorganic. He does have some followers, which
Again,
I think are complete psychopaths, because I don't know if you remember, but one time he actually had them swore allegiance to him, and I think he was dead serious. It was a form of mental manipulation, but most of his engagements are bots on Twitter. I do believe that he takes money for his opinions, and I do believe that he gets money from foreign interest that I've seen from various Twitter people that I follow that have looked into
so he has made several claims in this chunk alone. He's saying that Nick Fuentes, his engagement is artificial. He says bots. He says his followers are psychopaths. Way to clump and make his followers, a monolith. Okay. And then he is also saying, he's also making claims, he made them swear allegiance to him. Like, he made his followers, swear allegiance to him. Can you show anything for that? I'm not defending Nick Fuentes. I'm just saying, what do you have to show for that? You're just saying things. It's cringe, yes. And for some reason, his engagement matters to you. And you are so desperate to dismiss his engagement as being bots or inorganic, quote unquote. Again, we don't know what you mean by that. Maybe, yeah, you mean that bots, right? That's what you mean. Projection much? You care about, you don't get a lot of engagement, so you think if someone's getting too much engagement, it's probably bots. But then you're saying that engagement, those bots have been asked to swear allegiance to him, and then you provide nothing. And you're sitting there and just blabbering stuff. I demand he takes Bool's symbol off his fucking channel. Yes. Steve, take off Bool's symbol from your channel. You don't deserve it. Bool's deserves better. Especially when we know that he was from the LGBTQ plus community. So, just making unsupported allegations, right? With zero evidence, hasty generalization. And yeah, so let's hear the rest.
to the financial things I've seen that he's making.
Yeah, this claim again that he's taking money to say things.
Money off these things rather than maybe promoting his real beliefs, which, sure.
He's a YouTuber. He will use YouTube to make money. And how did you establish that whatever he's saying are not his, own real beliefs, but he's getting paid to do it? I don't get it.
Sure, he might be putting on his real beliefs and still getting some money from it, but it doesn't seem
So now you have changed the stance. Before you tried to say that he was taking money to spew out beliefs that he doesn't believe in, and now you're saying, yeah, probably he's taking money and saying whatever he believes in. The accusation is that he's taking money. He's a YouTuber. He will get paid for his YouTube stuff. What's notorious about that?
organic to me. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and
This is so cringe, man. He's so much ready to dismiss Nick Fuentes engagement as inorganic, and he's asking his guest who might not have any idea, who might have not done any research. He's just put them in the spot and said, "Oh, do you agree with me? Obviously, you agree with me that Nick Fuentes engagement is inorganic." With nothing to prove for it, you have shown no stats, nothing, social blade, nothing. Alex Markle. Nick Fuentes was literally on one of those shows where a former skinhead tries to deconvert people who hold white supremacist beliefs. He's a true believer. I'm not defending Nick Fuentes here. I am critically looking at Steve's logic here and his illogical fallacies here, right? And his lack of evidence for his claims. You want to make such claims, present evidence for it. It's simple as that.
I would describe him as really more like a bastardized far right. Somebody who almost just does it to be like an edgelord. I'm an actual like ideological far right person, not somebody who is just trying to say the most random shit to get attention. And I think that Nick is oftentimes doing that. So yeah, I would agree with what you said there.
I agree with you. Oh, I got my chat box working. It is working now. You know what? I think I could do this too.
Oh my God, Steve. Okay. So, again, Steve has made a couple of claims. He has presented no evidence, especially the thing around taking money to spew some beliefs. Then he changed it to, oh yeah, they are his own beliefs. So I don't know what the fuck the problem is here. All right.
Let me check on this. I'm curious. Does this work? Let me see here. No, it doesn't. So, anyways, a person had said Trump literally had dinner with Nick Fuentes, and who knows what happened a long time ago. And again, the politics that are out there of who associates with whom is no interest to me. All I'm going to tell you is my positions. I can tell you what other people have said. I can give you the data. I can give you the evidence. But the identity politics of who talks to whom, I'm not going to get into because that's their business. And maybe, again, I don't know what they know about the person. I don't know how long ago things are, and it's irrelevant to me. All I know is me personally, I wouldn't go out of my way to spit on Nick Fuentes. I think he's a disgusting human being. That's what you have to.
So this is another thing, right? He waves off this significance of like associations. He says that right, that who you associated with doesn't matter, right? Which is like, this is so inconsistent and with so special pleading, right? If associations don't matter, why are you so focused on making character attacks against Fuentes? If association is irrelevant, why are you spending so much time toxifying Fuentes' character? Like, he takes money, he told his audience to swear allegiance, and yada yada yada. Right? It's like you want to have it both ways. You want to say that, oh, association is irrelevant, but then you will attack someone's character and toxify their character with most irrelevant shit instead of talking about their beliefs or policies. You can't have it both ways, Steve. You can't do like inconsistent special pleading. That's not how it goes. It's inconsistent, and then on top of that, it's special pleading. And again, association is not okay. We'll move further and see what he says. Okay.
Take away from my channel, from my position, because again, he would be considered to be someone who is a white supremacist. Man, I think he's pretty well known for that. And the last time I had somebody on the Non Sequitur show, if you remember, was a very long time ago, who was considered to be a white supremacist against a black nationalist for a debate. Things went south really quickly. They both ended up agreeing to an ethno state, and of course I was like, this is not good. Nope, don't want this. I don't know if you saw that episode, but yeah, would you agree on that?
Would I agree that I want an ethno state? Or
no. Would you agree that neither one of us would want anything to do with any kind of white supremacy or anything like that? That's just insane.
Yeah, no. I don't. And by the way, I don't think that's actually consistent with traditional conservative beliefs either, which is why I actually refer to.
What do you mean by white supremacy? We need to define that also here. Seriously.
White supremacists,
consistent
like the true ones,
yeah.
as like bastardized far right.
Absolutely.
Because I don't think that's the true far right.
No, I don't see the far right as those types of groups to have anything to do with conservatism. They have an agenda. That's their.
So in this whole thing, right, again, what he has been doing is he hasn't talked about Nick's beliefs at all. He has labeled him a far right or a white supremacist, right? Whereas David Palmer is saying, again, just giving labels out. That's all they have been doing for the first 10 minutes, giving out labels to people. And then saying associations don't matter. Can you pick one lane? Like, either associations matter or they don't. Like, if they don't matter, then just drop Nick Fuentes' segment altogether. And if they do matter, then address the implications consistently, please. Do you have a rule for when, like, associations are probative and when they apply to everyone, including your allies? Do you have some sort of rule or not? I don't think so. This, to me, sounds like someone who is jealous of Nick Fuentes and his outreach. I'm not defending Nick Fuentes. Please, listen to me very carefully. I am criticizing Steve. For first 10 minutes, all he has done is give out labels, and so has David Pullman. I don't know what the like. If I'm not wrong, Steve also did not explain to us what was the purpose of this live stream. He said all this here in the description, but this is all in general. This is not about the live stream. He says, yeah, they are going to talk about civil rights, Charlie Kirk, and MAGA, but in the first 10 minutes, he has done nothing to, set up the stage for it. Nothing. Like, come on. Ah, God. I think so. I'll shift my notes here. This will be better. Yeah. Let's see. This is better. Yep, much better.
Their positions are ideologically based, not politically based.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a danger to society, because when you have ideological beliefs that will supersede everybody else's belief, that you have to mandate in society how society gets along, then I think that's a dangerous position to take. And so I try to take things from
there have to be some rules that do supersede what other people believe, especially when it involves facts. Facts always have to take precedent. It's not about you're misrepresenting things. It's not about beliefs taking over. Of course, yeah, beliefs, taking over other people's right to what to believe and not to believe. Yeah, that's a dangerous thing. But in the end, it's what that matters are facts. That's what it is all about. Yeah, like Creation Myth says from the live chat, very dangerous for society to have social norms. Yeah, so dangerous, right? To have basic, rules around, basic decency. Treat people, like you would like to be treated. Treat trans people better. Or as humans. And not dehumanize them. And reject their experience. Fucking baka. Okay.
philosophical standpoint nowadays, as you know, and I think you do too, and then build our ideologies from that, which I think is a much more healthy way of doing it.
Yeah, and it's also important to separate sort of ideology from what is actually achievable in the realm of politics. And that's one reason why I think Trump is so successful, because Trump is not an ideological conservative, not
by any means. No, not by any means.
Trump is a thoroughgoing pragmatist. As it happens, unfortunately, conservative ideological ideas tend to have significant overlap with what is pragmatic, which is why I support quite a lot of what Trump does. But I recognize that, I'm not going to be able to get all of my ideas out there, right? Everything that I would want accomplished. I live in a diverse society where most people don't necessarily want what I want. So in the realm of politics, I'm trying to see what can get me the most of the things that I want, but that's going to be, acceptable to most people. It's that kind of, back and forth.
Hang on, I need to listen to this again because this is confusing me. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry.
That's the true far right.
No, I don't see the far right as those types of groups to have anything to do with conservatism. They have an agenda. That's their positions are ideologically based, not politically based.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a
Your ideologies will fuel some of your political beliefs. That happens. What the fuck?
danger to society, because when you have ideological beliefs that will supersede everybody else's belief, that you have to mandate in society how society gets along, then I think that's a dangerous position to take. And so I try to take things from a philosophical standpoint nowadays, as you know, and I think you do too, and then build our ideologies from that, which I think is a much more healthy way of doing it.
Philosophical standpoint, okay.
Yeah, and it's also important to separate sort of ideology from what is actually achievable in the realm of politics. And that's one reason why I think Trump is so successful, because Trump is not an ideological conservative,
not by any means. No, not by
yeah,
any means.
Trump is a thoroughgoing pragmatist. As it happens, unfortunately, conservative ideological ideas tend to have significant overlap with what is pragmatic, which is why I support quite a lot of what Trump does. But I recognize that, I'm not going to be able to get all of my ideas out there, right? Everything that I would want accomplished. I live in a diverse society where most people don't necessarily want what I want. So in the realm of politics, I'm trying to see what can get me the most of the things that I want, but that's going to be, acceptable to most people. It's that kind of, back and forth between getting what you want accomplished and also balancing that with the needs of or desires of everyone else. Trump gets that, and so that's why he's been so.
Trump gets that? Really, David? But at least David looks like he's open to a dialogue. That's what it sounds to me. The other thing is that David has framed Trump as a non-ideological pragmatist, right? And he's saying that he's not ideologically conservative, he's a pragmatic, and what he has done is he's saying that conservative ideas are pragmatic in a way. So he's assuming the conclusion that they work best without any evidence. So he's begging the question here. Right? Ha? What did you guys ask me? Did I miss something? What happened? Did I miss something? Sorry, guys. So again, this is also like selective biography, right, of Trump. The record shows that Trump's party affiliation has changed multiple times in the past, right? He was a Republican, unaffiliated, and then Republican again, and then at one time he was a Democrat also. In 2004, he told CNN that he probably identified more as a Democrat on some issues. So this complexity kind of cuts against the neat, quote unquote, consistent, pragmatic, conservative frame that David is trying to present Trump as, right? Or put Trump in. If the point is pragmatic results, then you need to cite outcomes. Give us some results, measurable economic results on immigration or foreign policies, rather than just relabeling ideology as pragmatism. Right? Pragmatic means measurable outcomes. So can you pick a metric, and can you please with a time window, right, from Trump years, any Trump years, right, that you claim has improved because of policy, and then cite your resources? Can we do that, or are you just going to sit here and make claims?
Such a successful politician, in my view.
So you're basically saying compromise because we all have to get along in civil society.
Yeah.
Imagine what a concept, man! Wow, that's pure genius.
But Steve, you're not ready to compromise. You're saying you're not going to debate. You're not going to defend your beliefs. So how can you come to a compromise?
Genius. I don't know why anybody hasn't thought about that before. But it's strange that people don't get it. It really is. It blows my mind.
That's why the left is losing, though. They will not compromise on anything. And so if you don't pass any of the purity tests, they'll just kick you out. And so that's why so many people are coming over to the right.
which is
Okay, again, this is just like making claims without any, citations that left are not ready to compromise. Again, hasty generalization, right? And presenting nothing as evidence. Of course, right, both sides will have some beliefs or some, points that they will not compromise on, which is fine. But like you said, compromise, we need to compromise. But then you're saying only what David is doing is very dishonest. What he's saying that only the right is ready to compromise and left is not. That is dishonest, Dave. That is so dishonest. Yeah. But I don't know. Should I expect anything better from these two? From the live chat, I think we should get used to the idea that Steve is not only a disappointment, but we are going to be let down. Yes. So yeah, I saw what you just did there, David. Sneaky. That was sneaky, and that's unfair. And yeah. Come on, guys.
exactly what happened.
You want to have that's the thing, David, right? You want to compromise, you want to have a conversation, you want to have a back and forth, but then you go and you say that far right does not want to compromise on anything. You label them as someone who don't as some people who don't want to compromise. You're already dismissing them and saying these things like, oh, they have purity tests and stuff. I think what you're doing is performative, and that's only first 11 minutes. And I've already caught on to your performative, like, this thing jig of like, oh yeah, I want to have a dialogue, a back and forth, and come to a compromise. But you're dismissing the left from the start by saying that they are not reasonable and they're not ready to compromise and they have like these purity tests and stuff. Disappointing, very disappointing.
Happened. I mean, that was
But not unexpected, if I might dare say.
cancel culture. I mean, people got canceled for not using people's preferred pronouns. It was insane. It was absolutely insane because, if I had to kind of place where Trump is ideologically, he would be considered back probably, more like, if it was back 50 years ago. I mean, he was be an old school Democrat probably. I think he maybe was. He was a Democrat at one time.
Yeah, he claimed he was a Democrat at one time. Yes, but that he was a Democrat, that's something else.
Wasn't
Yep.
he? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Musk as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I knew that.
So yeah, so this whole thing of like, yeah, he's he's like a non-ideological conservative, or like he isn't an ideologically conservative person. You were going with selective biography a few like sentences ago. Now you're realizing, oh, actually,
Yeah, I think they were Democrats at one time. So ideologically, his positions come from a business point of view. He was a businessman. People can criticize his business acumen and his judgment all you want, irrelevant to me. But he came from a business perspective rather than a political perspective, which changed the whole dynamic of
when you say
how
you're
we
a
voted for a
Democrat,
president.
sorry, when you say you're a Democrat, you're talking about your politics. Whether they're guided by by his his business aims or what he wants for his business, that's different. But when you say you're a Democrat, that's about politics. Or if you say you're a far right, or if you far right, yeah, you can say ideology. But if you say you're a Republican or a Democrat, and even a conservative, those are political ideologies. What are you talking about? So if Trump at one point said that, yeah, I'm a Democrat, he's talking about his politics. Who is Steve talking to? This is David Paulman. I don't know more than that about them. I don't know what their qualifications are or anything like that. But they are disappointing me very much.
President, how people wanted to have a president. People were tired of politics as usual. They wanted something different. And
they wanted something different and incompetent? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh my God.
His views were resonating with the people that had more of a regressive than progressive view. Back, the middle of Central America, the blue collar workers, so the middle class people. That was who it was resonating with. And then,
can you show anything for that? Any polls? Anything? You're just making claims again without showing anything.
And people were finding out that Trump was literally telling the truth about a lot of things, which even I had a question at the time. People were like, "Oh, crap!
Like what? Like what?
Maybe there's more to it than this. Maybe I should look into these things." And then they list
What these things? What are these things? What's hey, what happened to Jim Hall? I don't know. Asking for his friend. I don't know.
into the media, the social media, and the mainstream media, and what I would call the quote fake news, and they said this isn't right. They're not telling us correct information here. And most of America, I think, has now dived into those things, at least reasonably, because I see people talking about things that they have never, ever probably heard about before.
So this is just a whole long monologue about claims, vague claims. He has not given us any specifics. Or, people have started thinking about these things. What are these things, Steve? Oh, they were lying about that. And then, again, making these, like, sweeping generalizations about, like, the media without anything to cite for it. Huh? Nani? And David is just there to be a yes person. That's what he is there for. Right? It's like, I'm looking for something. Give me a second. There we go. Democrat, blah, 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 blah. I think they were Democrat, wanted progressive views, blah, 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 blah. They wanted the people finding the Trump literally telling the truth. Yeah, so this is the thing, right? Trump was literally telling the truth about a lot of things. What things? And then he's saying, like, and his views were resonating with people that had more of a regressive than progressive view back, in the middle of Central America. Are you talking about the American continent, or are you talking about United States of America? And then he's going on saying blue collar workers and middle class people, and those were the people he was resonating with, without showing anything. No polls, no surveys, no studies, nothing. And then he just vaguely says these things. Oh, Trump was telling the truth about these things, a lot of things. What things? Give me one example. Right? And again, this sweeping generalization about the whole mainstream media. Oh, they're not telling us correct information here. Come on. Like, really?
Which we'll touch into a little bit here as I go through my Twitter timeline. But have you noticed that from your neck of the woods, from a theological point of view? Because again, you're
theological
with the
point
Christian
of view.
community.
Theological point of view. I thought we were talking about politics. Okay, theology can inform your politics, but what does theology has to do with, like, how? Okay, this is so confusing. This is so stupid. The value as the brain damage you got along the way. Oh God.
I get along with many people in the Christian community, and we agree ideologically on the fact that politically we have to change society back to the way it was. We have to go back to some sense of morality, and the only way we're going to do that is to have these types of conversations, but not debates. We're going to have conversations with people that we get along with and understand, and explain to people that don't get what's going on.
Yeah, you gotta.
So again, he's saying, oh, we need to go back to this, like, we need to get the society back to morality, like like some sort of project of moral restoration, right? Changing society back to some prior values. What's the benchmark? What time are you talking about? What golden age are you referring to, Steve? And are you trying to say that which past era are you talking about, and that past era was better? Which decade? Women in the 1950s? Black Americans under Jim Crow? LGBT people before 2015? What back to morality are you talking about? Again, everything is vague. That tells me he didn't prepare for this stream. He didn't know what he wanted to talk about. He just wanted to just spew bullshit and hope that people don't notice that he has got nothing of substance in there. Come on. And saying that debate is illegitimate. I can't speak today for some reason. Saying that debate is like illegitimate, right? You're just removing the very process that's going to test your claims, right? And what you're trying to do is you're trying to stack the field in favor of your monologue and your echo chamber. You're creating an echo chamber, Steve, by saying, oh, I don't want to have debate. And you're trying to use the Christian community as some sort of like political baseline. So you don't care about multi-faith democracy? Or do you care? We don't know because you're not telling us anything specific. And you're trying to import theology into public justification for some reason. So in the end, that's what I'm going to say, right? I'm looking at my notes now. Restoration requires a benchmark, right? If the model is 1950s, cite the evidence of outcomes. Give us some evidence: crime, divorce rates, income, civic trust, and then compare them across all the demographics. Otherwise, this quote-unquote back to morality is just nostalgia you have dressed as policy. And if persuasion is your goal, then the conversation only with allies won't win you anything. Debate is crucial for public truth. But we know Steve is. We can see now that Steve is lazy. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't prepare. He doesn't do any homework. He just says things with nothing to back them up for. And if this is what the theme is going to be of this live stream, then I'm like, it's going to be very easy for me every time he comes out with something on Non Secular Show channel. And I think so. I'm going to be very, very much able to provide the audiences an alternate, to the Non Secular Show that Steve has here. I'm quite sure I can provide that alternative for everyone. So to the non-sec community, please come and join us here. All right, let's go. Let's see what he has next.
I mean, not that we're not open to persuading people, of course. It's just that there's...
Sure.
For a moment, I thought that was Dapper Dinosaur. Oh my god.
Sure. Unfortunately, a sizable number of people who just kind of have... They won't let... Because they don't care. They don't care about the facts. So
again, he wants to have a back and forth. He wants to talk to people. He wants to come to a compromise. But then he's going to, come up with these, accusations. They don't care. They don't care about facts. What facts are you talking about? Who are they? The left? Oh yeah, let's treat them as a monolith, but then you have a problem when people treat far right or right as a monolith. Okay. Again, David, I can see it. I can see your performative, this performance and this game of pretend to have that you want to have a dialogue. It's not fooling anyone. Come on. Come on. Yeah, right, Padme? Yeah, we're not even 15 minutes in. And this is going to go all day, sorry. That's what happens with my streams usually. You should know better now. Alright, let's go further.
So, yeah, I mean, I kind of operate on the sort of philosophy that, reality's there and it's going to impose itself. So reality always wins. I think that's what we're seeing right now is we're seeing the idiocy of the left just completely collapsing, and we're seeing Trump build a coalition against it, and I'm just here for it, to be honest.
No, I think you're exactly right. I think that reality is always going to win because it's reality. We may not understand.
Reality is all gonna win because it's reality. What the fuck?
And everything about reality, but we do know certain things for a fact. We still understand the ontological persistence of things that
Oh my
are
god.
just going to be true no matter.
Okay, so the claim is that what they're claiming is that reality is self-enforcing, right? And the left is collapsing under its own weight. Uh, again, it's a non sequitur, all right? Reality exists does not prove your political side that your political side represents reality. What you're trying to say is, oh, reality exists, and far right, the left doesn't, is not living in the reality, but far right is. Like, this is a leap in assumption, and it's not an argument. It's just a fucking statement, a non sequitur statement. And, you're casting your side as reality itself, making, and making disagreement sound like some sort of delusion rather than rival interpretation. That is, you know what that is? In my notes, I wrote it. I found out the word for it. That's epistemic arrogance. That's what it is. So this guy is some MAGA buddy for Steve. Well, he says he's far right, but he's not a white supremacist. That's what his, and we don't know what his policies are or what his views are. I have not heard anything, any policy or any views on any type of policy or subject or topic in first 15 minutes. Nothing to establish where exactly does he fall. Is he far right, white supremacist? I have no idea. So my rebuttal is, if reality wins, then show me the data. Can you? Can you show me any polling trend lines? Recent election numbers, correlation numbers, Otherwise, just saying that all this thing is just rhetoric. That's it. Correlations rise and fall, right? On turnout, based on turnout and policy delivery. Not like there's some metaphysical inevitability.
What your belief is, what my belief is, and if people cannot see those objective facts, it's going to be hard pressed to change their mind or even have civil dialogue with them because they're not interested.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're saying that if you disagree with us, you're delusional, you're not living in the reality. Our side is the reality, your side is not. But we are going to pretend that we definitely want to have a dialogue with you. Yeah, sure. And this whole thing about objective facts and ontological persistence, right? This claim like, oh, some truths exist independently of belief, right? And those who don't see that, they can't be reasoned with. Again, that's begging the question, right? Everyone agrees that objective facts exist. No one is saying that objective facts don't exist. The dispute is whether your account of events is those facts. And that requires evidence, which you have presented none. And again, burden shifting. You are straight up from the start branding your position as a fact, so you're offloading the burden of proof onto the people who disagree with you or are the dissenters. Yeah, facts exist, okay, but they don't speak for themselves. There needs to be a chain of evidence to establish those facts. Just claiming that reality is on my side and mocking the challengers is just like self-sealing. And again, creating an echo chamber. If your view really, reflects reality, then it should be very easy for you to document it, cite it, and let others, test it. But you're not open to that at all. God. We are going to be here a long time. Yikes. Shit.
As a matter of fact, have you noticed that the left has amped up their rhetoric and all they have left is this vilifying people by pejoratives and invectives and slandering them and defaming them?
What the hell were you doing before? saying they don't want to talk. They don't want to talk about reality. They don't want to accept facts. What the fuck was that?
Because they're not willing to talk about the topics. And I'll tell you, Dave, and I really do want your opinion on this. My position has changed very little.
This whole this is such a projection. Okay, I'm just gonna say this. This is such a fucking objection. Sorry, not objection. There's such a projection, like that your opponents rely on vilification and slander because they can't argue topics. But when just 1 second ago or 5 seconds ago, you were going on with oh, the left doesn't want to, what were they saying? They don't want to talk about reality. The left is just completely collapsing, right? And Trump is building a coalition. And hold on, going hard dressed change to mind the people cannot see those objective facts. It's going to be hard dressed to change their mind or even have civil dialogue because they're not interested in facts. A matter of fact, have you noticed that left has amped up their this is a pejorative in itself. April from the live chat, he's a MAGA now, man. Every accusation has to be a confession. It's the law. That's what it seems like. Right? And this whole, he's just overgeneralizing everything. Yeah, some activists overuse labels, but it's false to say that, quote unquote, the left only has insults. That's such a dishonest, take. And dishonest rhetoric. There's a lot of serious policy analysis that exists. A lot of it exists. If insult is disqualifying, then his own quote unquote idiocy and slash ignorant rhetoric disqualifies him too. The fair test is that can you refute the strongest opposing argument in its best form? If not, you are just shadow boxing caricatures at this point. That's all this is. And this whole thing about, oh, my positions haven't changed. Let's say that also, what he has to say around that.
But people's other positions have changed a lot, which makes, me clearly push to the right more. But I've learned how I'm going to change my way to approach different things because I am no longer interested in having, yelling, screaming, debate kind of stuff. I have no interest in that.
Debate doesn't have to be yelling and screaming all the time. Again, that's not how it works. That's you just labeling debate as yelling and screaming. That's dishonest and untrue.
I have no interest in people that are just going to come at me sideways. No interest whatsoever.
What do you mean when people come at you sideways? Give us an example.
I laugh at them. I mock at them at this point because I just think that they're so ignorant that I just really don't want to waste my time with them, right? And
again, he doesn't want to have a dialogue, but he wants to have some compromise. How can you have a compromise if you're not going to discuss anything with the other side? And again, very conveniently, label the other side as people who are not living in reality, dismissing them, and then saying, oh, go figure, we need to have a compromise. Why aren't they coming to a compromise? You're not even letting them sit on the table to talk about it. From the live chat, I mean, we all know what quote-unquote coming at sideways means, but Steve is using it arbitrarily. Yeah, we know. That's why I'm asking, what do you mean by that? Because he has not given us anything specific till now. 15 minutes, 16 minutes, nothing specific.
I think that's how we're going to have to treat people from the left from now on. That they're going to...
So you're not going to respect them, but you want to come to some compromise with them.
Okay. I mean the far left. And I hope that the mainstream left, the
far left? So are you willing to talk to the people who are on left? Are you?
Average Democrat can understand this and leave the Democratic Party just like Musk and Trump did and other people do. But I'm talking about the far left radicals that it says we can't
Far left radicals?
get through to them. The only thing that we can do is expose them and mock them and not get baited by them.
So what's the problem if like far left does the same for far right? Right? Like David. God. Again, he's like, oh, my positions haven't changed. I've been pushed to the right, you know, and I'm not gonna do any debates. It's just going to be mockery, and hope that the moderates like listen to or you know, or defect, right? He's insisting like his own views are stable, right? But the Overton window just shifted left, and which has like relatively then because of that pushed him to the right. And his strategy is just mockery. He hopes that the moderates will leave Democrat and citing Musk and Trump as examples. Again, self-serving bias, the fallacies and rhetoric that there is, self-serving bias, quote unquote. I moved on I haven't moved. The world moved. It's not my fault. It's everybody else's fault. That's a common rhetoric to mask radicalization. And they're without any policy benchmarks. Like what? Right? And then performative refusal of falsification. Rejecting debate while claiming to hold objective facts is self-contradictory. Facts should withstand stress tests. And then anecdotal appeal, citing Musk and Trump. It's like testimonial evidence, and it's not a proof of like broader voter alignment at all. There's a study from Pew and Gallup. They show complex partisan identification shifts, not simple exodus. That's my citation there for you. So in this instance, my rebuttal will be, if your positions didn't truly change, provide us side-by-side policy statements from like 5 or 10 years ago. And if your goal is persuasion, that's what you're saying, then explain why moderates will defect because of mockery rather than because of reason and debate. This is just, otherwise this is just like performance of like grievance. That's what this is. And not a persuasion strategy. Why not start with debate and reasoning? You have not given us any, like, you have just dismissed the whole left and said they're not interested in, you know, dialogue. So I'm gonna mock them. This is such a self-serving, selfish thing. And dishonest. Steve, what has gone wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? But what about the mysterious behavior of the barbecue lid? Oh god, that's funny. That's funny. Ay, 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 ay.
Don't get upset when somebody calls you some,
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Is there any live chat?
you know, name like a fascist. Go, what? You know, look, nobody cares any longer. It's not going to stigmatize you like it once was because of cancel culture. Nobody cares because they know where the source is. They know that the people saying that you're a fascist are not worth people. Nobody that you and I or anybody that I know that I get along with that are my friends would give a shit about. Because that's not the normal.
Yeah, because they know they are fascists. And yeah, it's an echo chamber. Like this, like
America. That's just a very fringe little. I mean,
what's normal America? Huh?
very myopic slice of America. And you could prove this because look at the ratings of all the mainstream media, the CNN.
Show us the ratings. Show us the ratings.
And the MSNBC, Jimmy Kimmel, their ratings have plummeted. It's not because
Jimmy Kimmel. Okay.
You know, of Trump. It's because nobody's watching them anymore because they know they're fake news.
Again, sweeping generalization, fake news. Their ratings are dropping. Can you cite sources to prove that? Just saying that doesn't make it true.
Yeah, they've definitely, we're seeing all-time lows in people's confidence there, and so of course, obviously.
Again, David, he's just being a yes person here. Yeah. And he also doesn't present any citations. Nothing. He's just there to be a yes person to Steve. Whatever Steve puts out, as long as it's like, yeah, that sounds good enough. Yeah. Again, yes, exactly. Show the numbers, Steve. Show us the numbers. Give us your citations. Give us your sources. As I said in the beginning, if you're not going to have a debate and you're just going to have a one-way conversation, a one-way street conversation, then the burden to provide proof on you increases significantly. And you're not providing anything. You're providing us nothing so far. Just because someone's overusing terms doesn't mean, like, that the operational definition has been erased. It's the definitions still exist. We need to keep the terms and use them precisely. What you're trying to do is you're trying to say, because of the overuse, I'm not a fascist. I'm not a Nazi, because the terms are being overused. And again, what's the definition of fascist that you accept? Please tell us. If you're going to reject, the terms categorically, you're going to lose the language to flag actual authoritarian drift. Like I said, that's what he's trying to do. He is an authoritarian, and he's trying to deflect from that by saying labels, terms don't matter. So that people cannot say that you are behaving like a fucking Nazi, or you're behaving like a person who was on the side of the Nazis when the whole, thing started in Germany. 1930s? Yeah. Like, come on, dude. We're not stupid.
As a result, I mean, and some of that is also just, a younger generation coming in that, I mean, I don't get my news from television and shows like that. So, I mean,
where do you get it from then?
Obviously, some of it's a bit of a generational shift to different mediums, but that's not all of it. A lot of it is just their credibility's been completely undercut by.
How? Please demonstrate it to us. Please, I would love you to demonstrate that to us.
By parroting just obvious lies and nonsense.
Like what?
And they think, like, they insult everyone's intelligence, right?
You are the ones who have been doing that. This is such a fucking big projection. They're the ones saying, oh, they're not on the side of reality. We are on the side of reality. They are not. You're the one insulting their, intelligence. By labeling your side as the reality, and because they are dissenters and they are questioning you, then they are not on the side of reality. You are the one insulting their intelligence. This is such a big projection. Hey Manya, have you set the chat to live on playback? I think so. Why is it not coming as live? It's alive. Yeah, it is. Why? Is something missing? Yeah, it is. I could see if I can try that again. Give me a second. Yeah, I think so. I know what you mean. Alex. Just checking. Yeah, I have. It's live chat. Is our comments missing? Just let me know if comments are missing, then I will try and see if I can refresh it, yeah?
All putting this ridiculous idea out there that Tyler Robinson was like this MAGA Trump supporter. They knew that this was going to be debunked like within 3 days, right? Nobody was going to believe that anymore.
Right.
Who did that? Who? Please, at this point, there is no confirmation about like Tyler Robinson's political affiliations. There's no like confirmation. And you're not citing us. Where is this rhetoric coming from? That they were saying that he was far right or whatever.
That Tyler Robinson was like this MAGA Trump supporter.
Who said that? Where? Can you demonstrate that, David? No? Can I say nicely, shut the fuck up? Like, come on, dude. You're not stupid. Like, just just randomly just like putting stuff like just saying bullshit. And then just and with nothing. Nothing. Just like two people just like stroking each other's dicks. That's what this is happening. Oh my goodness. Like, come on, dude.
They knew that this was going to be debunked like within 3 days, right? Nobody.
They knew that it was going to be debunked. Can you demonstrate all this to me, or just gonna just like spew bullshit out of your fucking asshole?
Was going to believe that anymore.
Right. They knew it would be a story from the get-go. It was literally just to brainwash people.
And sure.
Again, just saying shit without anything to back it. We knew they knew, right? If you knew, then why didn't you come up like why weren't you ready with the counter? What the fucking moron. Like Steve. Why are you so stupid? Why are you so stupid?
Sure enough, it was right. He wasn't a griper. He wasn't MAGA. He wasn't anything like that. And so now
there's no like specific like verifiable resource out there at the moment to verify that who he was or who he wasn't. Nothing.
Like they've had to pivot to, oh well, the text messages between him and his trans boyfriend, weren't they so touching, and he was doing this to protect him, and blah 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 blah. But there was never any accountability or apology for just spreading this blatant lie, and they think that we're just going to forget about it.
Yeah.
Just building. This sounds like a straw man to me. That's what it sounds like. I'm intrigued. This is straw man. This whole thing is a straw man. Because you're not showing me anything, David. Nor Steve. Why are you so pathetic, both of you? Seriously, this is pathetic. You both are pathetic pieces of shit at this point. And it's not even like first 30 minutes. You're dishonest. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't give us any citations. You don't give us any sources. Nor stats. No reports. Nor poll numbers, nothing. Ratings, nothing. You give us nothing, and you're just spewing bullshit. Yeah, Alex Markle from the live chat. We have no reason to suggest that Tyler Robinson was on either extreme at this point. Funnily enough, yes. Yeah, the whole transgender boyfriend was also a hoax. We don't know. There are no verifiable resources out there. That's why David is not showing anything, and he's just fucking me out of his fucking ass. No, they haven't done anything. They haven't shown anything on the screen. It's just Steve's fucking Twitter. Nothing. Nothing else. God.
Yeah, they made it emotionally based, right? Because people know logos, pathos, and ethos, obviously, the different ways of persuasion. They made it about emotions. They made it about a person's lovey-dovey relationship and how sweet it was. And I'm thinking you're trying to relate the execution of a possible future president, whether you agreed with Charlie Kirk or not.
What the fuck was this? Wasn't this emotion? Wasn't this emotion?
And I'm thinking you're trying to relate the execution of a possible future president, whether you agreed with Charlie Kirk or not, is absolutely irrelevant. Really.
What are you trying to say by saying, like, bringing up Charlie Kirk as a possible future president? Aren't you trying to evoke emotion here, Steve? Emotion or ethos is part of persuasive rhetoric. How are you going to establish then what is right and wrong? Ethos is part of that. Do you even know what those three terms mean? Sorry, no, pathos, sorry. Pathos is emotion. My bad. Sorry, guys. Logos is logic, ethos is credibility, and pathos is emotion. Pathos is part of a persuasive rhetoric. According to Aristotle, I know some people will say that, you know, his things are outdated, but they do form the, you know, building blocks of what specific comes later. And what are you doing just now, trying to say, like, talking about Charlie Kirk as if he was a you know, potential future president? Aren't you making it emotional? That's emotional. Again, straw man, right? Cherry picking, pejorative framing, right? Calling like the person's relationship. We don't know what relationship it was. If it was a relationship with a trans person, you know, saying lovey-dovey, trying to trivialize that. And then you're setting up this false dichotomy, right? It's a false dichotomy that either you cover Kirk as possible future president, serious logos, right? Or the suspect's partner, the emotional pathos. Responsible reporting can cover both. And again, inflating the whole framing of this, you know, incident. Kirk was a political activist and commentator. He was not an elected official or declared presidential nominee. Calling him a possible future president is speculative and exaggerates the event's political weight. Like, what are you doing? So are you going to call out the shooting of the senator in Minnesota that happened some months ago, where she was shot and her dog was also shot? She was an elected official, for your kind information. Are you going to be mad about that, Steve? By your own logic, we shouldn't be covering Charlie Kirk because something more grave has happened. An elected official actually got shot. Reporting, you know, the shooter's relationship is not brainwashing. That is what standard reporting is, to explore, you know, the people's lives that you're reporting on. It's a routine human interest journalism. And pathos, like the emotional, you know, side, is part of persuasion, and also logos. All three of them are. You just because you're highlighting one doesn't erase the other. Like you're trying to create this false dichotomy. And you're the one who's invoking pathos by saying that, oh, Charlie Kirk, you know, was a future, you know, president. Yeah, they killed her dog too. Yes, booze would be good. God.
really absolutely is irrelevant. It is, this person was a communicator, just like I tried to do at one time. This person was somebody who was willing to put their beliefs out, which I always will. And it's somebody that was speaking to children and kids about how to critical think because they were being.
Charlie Kirk? Critical think? Okay, please give us an example. Please give us an example. Go for it.
Being so indoctrinated by the far left in the educational system is just incredible. I mean, the things that students have been taught blows my mind, and it's scary. It's super scary because it wasn't an
like what? Like what? Like what? God.
education. It was indoctrination, and so I think that
Yeah, emotion is, yeah, emotion all everywhere. His emotions matter, but the other side's emotions do not matter, according to Steve McRae. That's what it is.
The way we have to go forward is to, again, excise that radicalism from our society and hopefully reach the people that can be reached, because I don't know what else to do. I've seen all types of people.
What radicalization? Can you be specific? Again, just throwing out labels, not telling us what do you mean by radicalization. What sort of radicalization? Please, can you explain? Or you're keeping it vague because you know you're going to be called out if you turned out that your radicalization includes transphobia. Hmm? Yeah, what is the indoctrination? Nothing specific, just fucking throwing out shit labels. Again, I said it in the start. Labels don't talk, policies do. Talk about policies. Give me facts. Give me something. Sources. Numbers. Statistics. Something. Not this fucking rambling.
All types of beliefs, and I categorically believe that there's just people you can get through to, and there's people that you can't right now, and you have to focus on the ones that you can.
Who are those people? But you're dismissing all of them. And you're saying that, and your strategy to get through to people who you think can be reached to is mockery instead of debate or conversations. That's not effective at all. That is you just being lazy and avoiding conversations and debate. You lazy bum. You have all the time on the world, right? You, like, come on. Yeah, he's just ranting at this point. There's no actual effort to convince or show evidence if he's actually wants to have a or actually wants to have a conversation. He's just dismissing the other side. They're not on the side of reality. We are the ones on the side of reality. They are not. I'm going to mock them. That's not how dialogue happens. Can you stop pretending that you want to have a conversation or you want to like get through to people? Can we stop pretending, please? I know why you're pretending. I can make that claim based on what I've seen so far. Because then who's going to watch you? If you don't pretend that you want to have a conversation. You're pretending that you want to have a conversation. When you don't. Oh my god. Fucking asshole.
Yeah, no, I would completely agree with that. And we're really well positioned to do that because this last election cycle has really shown me that the left, the far left, does not have any arguments. Like they
Oh really? Citation please. Okay, where is that thing? Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. It work? There we go. There we go. Every time. Citation needed. Can you give a citation, please? And again, he pretends that they're pretending they want to have a conversation, right? Or they want to persuade the left. But then you're gonna say, oh, you don't have any arguments. And he keeps interchanging left and far left. David, are you talking about the left or are you talking about the far left? Can you be consistent in your thought processes, please, at least? Yeah, Joey, you're right. He's treating his opponents as he would treat flat earthers. That's what he said in his description of the live stream. God damn it. Oops. Sorry, guys. My bad. There we go. Citation needed. Thank you very much.
They don't have a case to make. And they got ridiculously unpopular positions.
Like what? Again. Again. The citation needed. Like what? Please, explain it to us, David. Like what?
There are some unpopular positions on the right, but we also have a lot of really popular positions.
Oh yeah, so again, you know, this rhetoric of like, left doesn't have popular positions. We have popular positions. We have unpopular too, but we have the popular positions. Left doesn't have any popular positions. And David here is pretending that he wants to have a conversation, a back and forth. I don't know who he wants to have that back and forth with. Does it? Sorry. What can I do about it? I don't know. I might have to get a new microphone. Hold on, let me just see if I can. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Nope, that's not how it's gonna work, is it? Pop, 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 pop. No, that's not what's gonna do. Hello. Hello. Uh-oh. Does that work? I don't know. Maybe. Ree!
And given that the left right now has no argument, we are so well positioned to persuade those who can be persuaded over to our side. And I think...
Persuaded about what? Can you be specific, please? Persuaded about what? And how are you going to persuade them? With mockery? Steve plans to use mockery. He's not open for a dialogue.
Just a big part of it was getting over the emotional...
Fleeting Infinity from the live chat. He wants to have a conversation with Steve where they each say something and the other says, yeah. Yep.
Manipulation, the fear of being, labeled as a homophobe or a bigot or whatever. We just don't care anymore. And I think we're starting to really see that. It really came out, several months ago when JD Vance just was, became the meme of, I really just don't care, Margaret, right? That's what we're seeing with the left and the right, the dynamic there. We don't care about the labels that they want to put on us anymore.
Yeah, because you don't want to care about the labels, you don't want to care about the terms, you want to dismiss them. Because why? Because then people will hold your policies and your beliefs accountable and challenge them. That's why you're sweeping everything away, because you are thinking with sweeping the labels away, you don't have to defend your positions anymore. And that's not how it works. Just saying. And labels have meanings, but you have to, set the scope of that meaning. Not outright just like dismiss it. Correctly define it, set the scope, and then use it correctly. You're just mad that people are using it correctly and you are being exposed as who you are and what your policies are. You cannot disguise your policies as something that is acceptable. That's why you want to push the labels away.
And it's not because, we actually think that there's anything to these labels. It's just that the left has so overused them that we're just seeing the law of diminishing returns sort of in action here.
David, do you know what law of diminishing returns is? Is he illiterate? Is he uneducated? Do you know what law of diminishing returns is? It does not apply in this fucking in this scenario. What? Law of diminishing returns. Like, there's no automatic diminishing returns on social labels. The meanings always depends on context and evidence, not repetition. It's not that the labels have lost meaning, it's the imprecision of them. Yeah, it's a manufacturing process, law. Like when I make reports, I do like 80 to 90% of the reports and then send it off to the stakeholder for a work in process for feedback. I'm not going to bother making it 100%. Yeah, you want to find out whether the 80 to 90% report is fine before you go for the last 10 or 20%, especially when it will involve more work than the last 80 to 90%. David, you're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. On that note, let's take a break, and I need more tea for myself. Let's take a break, and we'll be back. And yeah, David, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. That's what you are. Let's take a break. What the fuck? Oh my god. Shit. Oh god. This is so stupid. The tea is still happening. I'm back. Okay. Let's get back to this bullshit. It's so stupid. uh,
Once you call everyone a fascist and a Nazi or whatever, then at some point the term just doesn't mean anything anymore.
Where are you going to go from
And
there? It's diluted.
yeah,
It's a
they,
diluted
they,
term.
they overplayed their hand on so many fronts.
Yeah,
Again, I've explained this, and David, you're an idiot. And I have demonstrated it. How I came to the conclusion that you're an idiot. You don't know what the law of diminishing returns is and how to use it. Even if you want to use it in some pseudo sense, you don't know how to use it. It's not applicable in this situation. God. Holy shit. Like the. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
I couldn't agree more on that. That's why none of those things bother me.
Yeah, it's like Steve asks him the question, "What do you think?" Right? Yeah. David's like, this. Steve is like, yeah. It's just like two yes men, stroking each other's dicks at this point.
Look, and again, I'll tell my audience, people that have been around the channel for a long time, stick around if you want to. Hopefully you will if you're interested in the subject matter. But if you're not, go somewhere else. Don't bother me with anything that's happened in the past. This is a new day, new age. The world has.
Hey, hi, Steve. Hi, Steve. Fuck you. I'm gonna bother with your fucking, this fucking nonsense. I will bother with that. And I will come up with the counter narrative to counter you because of what the harmful shit you're spewing here. I'll do that. Happily. And you can bitch and moan about it if you want to.
has changed in many, many different ways. But I do think.
Yeah, Steve is ever timeless, like constant. He hasn't changed at all. It's everybody else's fault but his.
That
at this point, I am slipping into ridicule. Am I justified to slip into ridicule now? When I'm covering Steve and talking about Steve so far, I think so. I'm justified to do that.
There's hope for a few people, and those are the ones that I really do, honestly, like I said, focus on. So let me get to live chat, then I'll get to my Twitter here. But again, to my audience,
this is like this is again. He's trying to have a clean slate without any accountability, right? Don't bother me about the past. And then again, he's shifting the burden of proof. Like, if you have made public statements and allegations, the critics are entitled to ask about them. Alright? You don't get to dictate whether critics get to ask you questions or question your rhetoric or not. Padme the Cat, I think he's trying to reference the sunk cost fallacy. I don't think so. Even the sunk cost fallacy will work. Nope. Nope. No, Intrigue Feline can correct me if I'm wrong. That's not also going to work. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just spewing out these terms to sound intelligent. That's what he's doing. So, yeah. David, you're an idiot. Oh, he's going to finally refer to the things on his screen? Yeah, his own Twitter. My resources. Me! Like, transparency about past positions builds credibility. If you want to go and if you want to use your past to impart credibility to your present, then you have to address the past. You can just not like go clean slate with it, or else you cannot use your past to impose credibility on your present. You cannot. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Steve. It goes both ways. God damn it. Who's going to tell you whether you're objective or not? Yourself? Or your echo chamber? Of course they're going to tell you you're objective. Alright. Oh god.
Don't try to convince me that 1 + 1 = 3. Don't try to convince me that chicks can have dicks. Don't try to convince me of anything that I know is ontologically impossible or just metaphysically incorrect. You want to insult my intelligence, that's fine, but it's funny, Dave.
Yeah, I am insulting your intelligence. You're an idiot, Steve. I don't know why I ever thought that you had an aura of brain power. Why I ever thought that you were someone who would, come up with informed beliefs. And by informed, I mean by facts. not just willy-nilly. Like one was like this thing, like he's trying to compare like an arithmetic like statement with like someone's biological sex and gender identity. It's not a simple binary concept, or it's not a simple binary arithmetic. Intersex conditions, gender dysphoria, and transition surgeries complicate quote-unquote ontological claims. And this whole straw man of like trans experience, right? Gendered identity is not equal to biological impossibility. That's not how it works. Trans women are biologically male, but they may identify and live as female. Medical transition alters phenotypes. Whether you accept gender identity as socially real is separate from claiming that it's quote unquote ontologically impossible. Like around 1 in 2,000 births, it's a fact that 1 in 2,000 births involve intersex variations. And this is from the World Health Organization. Sex and gender are distinct categories in medical and legal contexts. Again, World Health Organization and APA. Courts and schools and agencies, they adopt gender identities as protected category precisely because the issue is not reducible to chromosomes. So yeah, equating like trans identity to 1 plus 1 equal to 3 is a false analogy. You can reject gender identity norms if you like, but it's not a logical impossibility. It's a social and medical classification issue. Good faith, you would want to have a good faith discussion about it, and that will require acknowledging this type of complexity and not mockery. Manya, you can't make me. Yeah, like I said, it is an educational. Did I say something else? Like, come on. Yeah, I am making fun of your intelligence, Steve. I don't know why I ever thought that you had it in first place. Kind of tells me you were like you were riding other people's coattails at this point. That's what it makes me feel like. Like it seems to me like. God, I need more tea. Oh, God damn it. Sitting there just spewing bullshit. Bullshit. No, I'm back. I'm just getting tea. Just getting tea. I'm just I'm, I'm just getting tea.
Because I used to be known as the person who would explain very complicated things to the average person, dealing from everything from physics to math to astrophysics to biology, whatever subjects we would talk about. I would at least try to learn about them sufficiently where I can at least talk about.
The keyword is try to. I would try to. That's the key phrase.
Them to the average person. That was kind of like the thing that I did, and all of a sudden, I'm a complete idiot. I mean, I'm just beyond stupid because even though I still totally am against things like flat Earth and things of that nature, the fact that my political beliefs are a little bit changed, but they're still, I think, normal. I'm also
Again, this thing like you. He's just like now he's a victim. This is victimhood narrative. That's what he's getting into, right? And there's lack of evidence, like who's calling him an idiot. He can now because I'm calling him an idiot now. So maybe he can use me as an example. And why? I think so I've demonstrated it why I'm calling him an idiot, right? And it's like a false equivalence also over here that like expertise in physics or maths, somehow like immunizes your like political statements from critique. Excuse me? That's not how it works. Derp, normal. It's normal to be, respected in one domain and then be criticized in other. What the fuck? Expertise in astrophysics or something like that doesn't automatically validate your political claims. Each claim should be able to be tested and stand on its own merits. Steve, these are basics. What is wrong with you? These are basics. Maybe learn from me. Come on. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I'm just grabbing my cup of tea. I'm back. I got my tea. Yeah, he will literally like say shit, any bullshit to like talk to himself. Like, what the fuck?
All of a sudden, the dumbest person on the planet. I don't know what happened, man. And
Yeah, I don't know what happened, Steve. Please. Again, just because you're good at one thing doesn't mean that your political views are immune from criticism, Steve. That's what my rebuttal is for this fucking whole monologue of yours.
look at Dave's books. He's a well-educated guy, and you're clearly further to the right than me, so you must be dumber than I am, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we go by that reasoning, yeah. I mean, look, we have plenty of disagreements, you and me. Obviously, some in political stuff.
I love it. How's externalism doing?
Yeah, well, in epistemology, obviously in our religious beliefs, we have a whole bunch of differences. What I don't think someone can say about you, Steve, is that you're stupid, right? I mean, I've engaged you on this stuff. I'm a hardcore classical foundationalist, incorrigibilist. Obviously, I know you're a bit more of a fallibilist about these sorts of things. And
Incorrigibilist? What the fuck is that word? Incorrigibilist. Can someone help me find the meaning of that word? Incorrigibilist. Like, there's nothing factual about this whole part of, this whole fucking part. It's just about, like, positioning. Yeah, we are thoughtful, not dumb. Yeah, fine. But, you're setting up an ethos appeal over here, the credibility. And you're making assertions about your credibility without any evidence, just stroking each other's dicks. And also the fallacies that over here, as I see in my notes, the fallacies here are the halo effect fallacy. We are educated, our political claims are right, therefore. No, that's not how it works. Education improves argument quality, but it does not guarantee the truth. Second, appeal to authority, self. Who said I am intelligent? Me! Being versed in epistemology doesn't automatically validate the factual your claims, the factual claims that you're making about media, elections, indoctrination, schools, etc., etc. Again, each claim should be able to stand on its own merit with evidence and facts. You can be highly educated and still be wrong about facts. Same with me. I'm a highly educated person. I can still be wrong about facts. I have been wrong about facts in the past. Yes. Evidence decide the truth, not credentials. Oh, what's that fallacy again? Appeal to authority? Oh yeah, there we just talked about that, right?
we've had our disagreements.
I love how I move really more from classical to more weak foundationalism, but the core principles are the same.
Right, but the point is that, like, you're aware of this stuff. You've read about it. Like, I can have a conversation with you.
I don't think so either of you have read anything about what you're talking about. Because you have not cited any sources so far. No books, nothing. I actually cited Aristotle and another set of sources. Oh, I should check Discord. Okay, what happened? What did I do? What? Oh shit. What the fuck, feline? The gender spectrum. Oh, damn. Hold on, let me see if I can get this up on the screen for you. I don't know if the quality is good, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, I don't know if it's visible enough. Is it visible enough for you guys? Uh, okay, let's start with this one, right? Let's expand here. There we go. A transgender woman is a person who has assigned male at birth based on her anatomy but who identifies as a woman. A cisgender woman is a person who was assigned female at birth based on her anatomy and who also identifies as a woman. A non-binary person is someone who identifies neither completely female nor completely male. A transgender man, same thing. And then it's all about feline. My dear feline. That's that's a lot of information. Feline. That's a lot of information. Uh, wait, go away. Okay, we'll see if we can examine this later. But that it is readable, yes. But I have to like it covers my whole screen. But yes, this is a good explanation, if I might say, a good flow diagram to explain everything. If anyone wants it, it's in the Discord server. Um, I can't. What part do you want me to cover? Because it's a lot. If you want me to cover something specific, I can do that, but it's a lot to cover. Um, I could, however, what I could do is maybe do a stream about it later, like, go through it myself, examine it myself, and come up with a stream to explain all this. How about that? Does that sound okay? The chromosomal part and genes is enough. Okay, let's have a look. Hormones. Um, this one over here, absence of SRY gene 46XX, biological female. I'll have to study this, Intrigue. Sorry, I'll have to study this. But yeah, and I could do a stream about this too. But yeah, if anybody wants a copy of this, it's in the Discord server. But we can see it's not that as simple as what Steve represents it to be. Right? So the top two of conception. Okay. Chromosome and genes, right? Absence of SRY genes, a typical biological female, and female internal external genital structures, 46XX and 45X, Turner syndrome, female internal and external structures, impaired ovarian development. So yeah, so like different types of chromosomes can cause different types of like internal and external organs and also variation in hormones, right? So it's not just as simple as like XX and XY or or something like that. It's not that simple. It's complex. Thanks. So yeah, thanks Intrigue. That's a good one. I can do a stream about this. I can go and study it and I come up with like something to do a stream or a video on actually. Could do that actually. And maybe do it on Debate Hub if Chesh is okay with that. Or Chesh can do it. Okay, going back.
You know what the heck you're talking about, right? You know at least like the basic ideas here. You've read a lot of the people that you should be reading. We can have an intelligible, substantive dialogue about this stuff. You're clearly
Yeah, you're just interested in having a dialogue amongst each other. You're not interested in having a dialogue with anyone else. Any dissenting or dissenting voices, you're not interested in having a dialogue with them. That's quite apparent.
not stupid. You're clearly well informed. I can disagree with you about some of this stuff while still acknowledging, oh, you're not an idiot, right?
What have you disagreed with Steve on so far?
The left can't do that, right? The
Not at
left
all.
cannot, at least the
Again, just dismissing the left. But they want to have a dialogue. They want to reach out to them, but they're going to dismiss them as a monolith. Good one.
far left cannot just have a reasonable conversation with you and say, all right, look, I understand that position. I think you're a smart person, and I think you're wrong because of X, Y, and
The reality is on our side. We are the reasonable one. We have the facts. The other side doesn't, but we're still open to having a dialogue with them. Seriously. Seriously. I just exposed so many fallacies in your fucking whatever the fuck your drivel and vitriol over here. So many fallacies, so many logical cracks and dishonesty in turn. I should do this more. I think so I can do a much better job than Steve over here.
Z. They don't have the X, Y, and Z, and it's like painfully obvious that they don't. So they have to just insult you, bully you, label you, try to cancel you.
You are the one doing that. You're saying they can't be reasoned with. You are the one doing that. You are the one bullying them by saying that the reality is on your side and not theirs. By saying that they don't have any like popular positions. You are the one doing a projection much, David? Like, again, hasty generalization. A few bad experiences does not prove that the whole left should be avoided, right? Or that whole left is devoid of good arguments. Again, straw man, just defining the entire opposition as weak representatives. False dichotomy pretends the only options are reasoned right and insulting left. Come on, David. Come on. Debate culture exists across the spectrum, all spectrums. Progressive academics, journalists, and commentators often engage in rigorous debate and passionate debate, right? For example, Chomsky versus Buckley, modern campus debates on free speech. Charlie Kirk, right? You could say that, right? And the students who debated him, who countered him, right? Both sides, they indulge in or engage in insults at times. It happens on both sides. Clear example, David here, right? Declaring the other side as incapable of dialogue is a rhetorical insulation. That's all it is. And you're preemptively dismissing any counter argument that might come in and just label them as insults. I thought the labels if you truly value dialogue, you should welcome strong left-wing interlocutors rather than just like caricaturing them. But so far, nothing.
You, and that's all they have left, and it's just not working anymore.
Yeah, and but here's the difference. There's nothing real of critical importance. There's no existential crisis to be had if, for example, you and I disagreed on externalism versus internalism. Okay, big deal, right? If I go to something more along the lines of coherentism, you go to foundationism, who cares, right? These are just philosophical positions that have no real impact on our lives. But if you tell me that you think that it's okay to politically assassinate people, now we have a substantive fundamental disagreement to be had, and it's more than just a disagreement. It is, in my opinion, bordering on psychopathy.
Yeah, because then we're getting to
Steve just throws these terms around, just willy-nilly.
Something that's it's going to have bigger effects on our sort of day-to-day life, right? What you believe about the structure of empirical knowledge is not going to have any effect on me or the society that I live in. But if I'm living in a culture where people are celebrating the literal cold-blooded murder of someone just because they didn't like his political positions, that has a bigger impact because.
Okay, all right. So, false equivalence, right? Nobody is equating epistemology debates with murder. Nobody is doing that. And then, again, insulting, pejoratives like strawmanning, suggesting that the left, as a whole, celebrates assassinations. There are, yes, some fringe online voices that have made like tasteless jokes about like Kirk's death, right? But mainstream Democrats like Biden and most progressive leaders have condemned that political violence unequivocally. New York Times. You're falsely generalizing fringe bad behavior to the left as a whole. Responsible political discourse already condemns political violence. And over here you're being very dishonest, both of you, and shame on you. No wonder no one wants to talk to you, Steve. Because you're such a dishonest piece of shit. The non sequitur show isn't about nuance though. This isn't non sequitur show. This is something else. This is the Steve McRae show. That's what this is.
That is going to affect the kind of world that I live in, right? I mean, I recently got married, right? I want to have kids and raise them in the
I'm
world.
so happy for you, dude. I seriously, bro. I mean, by the way, you got lucky, and you better worship whatever God you believe in, because there's no way you got that woman on your own. Okay, I'm just telling you.
This is true. I don't deserve her. She's definitely the best half. But point being, right now, I'm starting to think about the sort of world that I want. It's not just academic anymore. Is the point here? I'm thinking about the sort of world I want to have my kids in, and I don't want them to be raised in a world where it's just considered culturally normal to celebrate the murder of someone. That's not the way I want them to be raised, and I don't know why anyone would. And that shouldn't be a left or right issue. That should be we can all agree murder is bad, and we don't celebrate that.
And I'm definitely going to get back to that left and right issue, because I'm going to put a pin in that for right now. But
trying to say that left is celebrates murders. Just putting in straw mans there, just like that, ad homs, straw mans, pejoratives against the left. This is just like bitch fest. That's what this is, against the left. This is what this whole live stream is about. By the sounds of it, by first 30 minutes so far.
I definitely wanted to get back to that, because there's some things I want to add on that. I'm going to get to live chat here in a second, and then we're going to go to my Twitter feed. Before I do, though, are you familiar with Scalion's work with contractualism in society?
So I did a little bit of brushing up on it prior to this stream, so I can't claim to be super familiar with it.
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious, because I do accept contractualism to some degree, that what we owe to each other, in that we have obligations to society. We have duties and obligations as members of society to contribute to society that we live in, because if not, you're not going to have a functional society. And I see a lot of people that have main character syndrome, narcissism, egotism, whatever you want to call it, whatever their mental disorder is, but it's always going to be about them. And we have to start thinking about other people. We have to start putting ourselves in the position of, do I want this done to me? No, I'm not going to do it to somebody else. We have to realize that we are.
Oh, really, Steve? So would you like someone to, reject your gender identity? No? Then don't reject others' gender identity.
Part of a collective. And that's not a hive mind. And I think it's disingenuous when the left, calls people a cult, or they call people, a hive mind, when it's just normal.
Please demonstrate to us where the left or someone from the left has unjustifiably called someone a cult or a hive mind. Can you demonstrate that? Again, what the fuck? Citation needed. Can you give me one example? One example. You're invoking scandalous contractualism, right? That people owe obligations to each other in society. You know what people also owe to each other? Debate. Right to question each other's beliefs. That's also what we owe to each other. And what you're trying to do here is you're trying to paint collective responsibility as good when the right wing does it. But it becomes hive mind when the left does it. With nothing to show for it, no justification, no examples. And again, coming up with loaded labeling. Main character syndrome, narcissism, egotism, aimed at ideological opponents without any evidence. Who's indulging in pejoratives now, Steve? It's almost as if this whole bitch fest is a projection. Big, nasty projection. Scanlan's What We Owe to Each Other that came out in 1998. yes, emphasizes on mutual obligations in society, but the ethical framework applies equally across political lines. All right? It does not just validate one ideology. And again, collective obligations, they cut both ways. If society owes fairness and justice, that applies to minorities, immigrants, marginalized groups. Invoking contractualism selectively is inconsistent. And at this point, Steve, I think so you're being dishonest on purpose. Dishonest is on purpose, isn't it? Being dishonest is on purpose. Yeah.
People recognizing that you live in a world where there's other people and you have to accept this reality, and you cannot force your beliefs on other people by violence. It'll never happen. It has never happened in history. Sure, short term, yeah, okay, but
have you forgotten women's suffrage, you fucking idiot? How do you think the British colonies obtained independence? Huh? What the fuck? Just casually saying, oh, it's never happened in the history. Here I have cited 2 examples from the history when monarchs have been overthrown. That was violence. When former British colonies obtained independence, a lot of it was via violence. Women's suffrage had violence. What are you talking about? Yeah, how did slavery get abolished? What are you talking about? What is wrong with this man? Seriously.
long term, I just can't ever see it happening.
Yeah, and I mean, well, this might...
Long term cannot see it happening. Right. And I just gave examples of how it has happened in the past. That's how it's done, Steve. You idiot.
Even be an area where you and I disagree.
The example from history? Did I say the example? Yeah, the French Revolution, like overthrowing of monarchs. Yes, that's what I was referring to over there. That's what I was referring to exactly. Women's suffrage is the most prominent example.
Agree. Obviously, as a conservative person, I see very well. I connect this a lot to this issue of family, right? The left.
And now just suddenly just switch to like issue of family. Okay. All right.
To like really be trying to atomize people away from their sort of connectedness to the rest of society. So I want to, bring the focus back to families, right? Incentivize people to get married, have kids. I know I'm sounding like Charlie Kirk here, but I think
I think it's great. I look, my life paths took different turns, but I gotta tell you, a lot of things have been changing in my life. So who knows,
Yeah, I got a maybe when I asked someone a question. We don't know what that question was.
But yeah, fundamentally, I mean, I think that a good, solid families are the basis of a solid society. That's where people fundamentally are sort of shaped and learn to function within a smaller group, right, within a family. But that when it's done right, ideally would prepare them to function, as functional adults within society as a whole.
He is just like, he just can't decide. He's not consistent, David. He said he just started blaming the left, right, for the atomization of the family, right? But then he says, oh, I want to, make it easier for people to have families, right? That's what he said. Hold on, let me just see what exactly the words he used. I don't want to misquote him. Compensate, isn't that what he said? Incentivize people to get married. That tells us that it's not the left who's responsible for that. There are other factors present. So why are you making this doing this casual oversimplification and again coming up with this straw man? Blaming the left for family change without and then you're saying that people need some sort of incentive to get back into those family units, to have families. What would that incentive be, David? Economic? technological, cultural, housing costs, women's workforce participation, social media use. It's as if it's not the left's fault. There are other factors that that inform those kinds of decisions. Yeah, he can't even pick which fallacy he wants to use. Rodent from the live chat. Remember when we overthrew the Germans in the 40s with the rational debate and rhetoric, right? Oh god. Yeah, just stop abortion and ban birth control, right? David, do you listen to yourself when you talk? Oh my god. Like, I'm so fucking tired of these like pretentious intellectuals who come in and just like say shit without even thinking of what they're talking about. One way blames the left and for atomizing the family, right? And then they say that people need to be incentivized to have families. And you're like, incentive means that they have to be compensated with something. What is that? Like, families evolve with economics and culture. To preserve strong families, policy solutions are needed, and policy solutions matter more than blaming ideological opponents. That is something I believe you can find a common ground on with your opponents. But we know this is just all a pretend. This is just a pretend play. That's what this is all. That you're interested in having a dialogue with the opposition. You're just here to vilify and demonize the opposition. That's all you're doing sitting here. And pretending that the other side will listen to you or should listen to you. Why aren't they listening to us? While we constantly like beat them with a stick and call them names and project on them and then just dismiss them. Right. God.
But because of this sort of attack that we see from the left on sort of the traditional family and this attempt to atomize everybody and get them like separated to themselves, isolated on their phone, these are unfortunate consequences of that sort of destabilization.
Again, just blaming the left for everything and then saying, oh yeah, the people need to be incentivized for it. Okay.
Of the family structure and sort of trying to not make that the central aspect of society anymore.
100%. And by the way, I do think that is by design. I do think that the left wants to destabilize society. I think that's their entire goal. And even though I'm going to put a pin on it, this is a great time to go back to that pin. I don't think it is even a left and right issue. I think it is a group of people out there that don't give.
Then why are you blaming the left for it? If it's not a left and right issue, why are you blaming the left? Why are you demonizing the left about it?
Damn about the left. They don't give a damn about the right. Their entire existence is to cause discord, strife, and confusion upon people. And
then why are you saying that you're not open to debate when you know they're dishonest interlocutors? You know that. So why are you not open to debate with other honest interlocutors? Why are you dismissing debate outright?
And let me explain why real quick. I don't want to get too much into this, but I will tell you this, Dave. Studies show.
He's not going to try and cite sources. Let's see.
In brainwashing techniques, that if your brain is somehow confused on something, you're going to latch on to the first thing that starts to make sense.
Which study are you citing, Steve? Are you going to tell us which study are you citing?
And your brain does this
again. Citation needed. Give us the citation, Steve.
Automatically. It's a lifeline. And it may not fully accept it yet, but at least give some credence to that possibility. And the left starts playing on that, right? They are brainwashing people. I mean, you agree with me that CNN, MSNBC, The Washington Post, NPR, PBS, these are not news organizations. They are legitimate 100% DNC propaganda. That's it. Would you agree on that?
They are definitely propaganda.
Oh yeah, let's stroke each other's dicks again without any citing, without providing any citations, any sources, nothing, no numbers, no statistics, no surveys, nothing. Let's just label them like DNC propaganda machine.
Machines.
U.S. And so they're utilizing that brainwashing techniques to lie to the American people.
This is the guy who conspired to frame a woman of harassment. This is the guy, and he's doing the same thing. He's indulging in conspiracy theories against the left. He's conspiring to frame them of shit that we have no evidence for.
Based upon some of the political stuff that we'll be talking about on the Non Sequitur show over the future episodes, which
I'm looking forward to that.
not going to dive into too much here, but we will be talking about the Smith Monetization Act of 2012 because I think that's really important to things, and Operation Mockingbird. But it is something psychological.
What do all these have to do with whatever the fuck you're talking about? Nothing. Just indulging in conspiracy theories casually.
Logically happening to us, and so I don't think that the people in charge really give a damn about any of these causes. All they want to do is see two groups of people that are bitterly.
When you know that, why are you saying that the mainstream media, like CNN and all, are 100% DNC propaganda machine? If you know there are dishonest interlocutors out there, why are you labeling the whole left as dishonest? And if it's not the left and right issue, why are you making it a left issue at the same time? Do you not think, Steve? It shouldn't matter then what the left is doing, if it's not a left or right issue. What the fuck? God. Someone please. Oy vey. Like, you're making these extraordinary claims, eh? Can you give us extraordinary evidence for that? Just sitting there making these claims. Nothing to back. Nothing. He has nothing. Fucking nothing. Thinks people are stupid. They'll just spew like random shit and they will be like, oh look, I'm such an intellectual. Oh my god. Yeah, what happened? I wonder.
Fighting it with each other, and somehow they're going to profit from them. But anyways, let's dive into some of these live chat things. And before we get started, I will show you on my Twitter feed what I pin. The person, they're going to watch this probably, so I got to be real careful what I'm saying here because
they're going to watch this. What did he say? They're going to watch this probably, so I gotta be real careful. So, are you sharing someone's pictures without consent, Steve? You have a habit of doing that. Not asking for consent.
I don't want to overplay my hand here, but anyways, I met somebody recently I've known for about a year. One of my neighbors.
Okay, your neighbors? Oh, okay. What is this?
Person was 180 degrees for the rest of my life. Somebody special. Not saying that we would, because we have a great time together. There, I'm telling you. Matter of fact, this might be the first time in my life that I've actually had a
symbiotic friendship. Oh my god.
Symbiotic friendship like this with a woman so quickly.
So quickly.
You know what I'm
saying? Symbiotic friendship. You know what I'm saying? David's like, what the fuck? People, by the way, people tripped out. I say she's vague, kind of, sort of. She said she's Latina, which I somebody has a blah 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 blah. I happen to like Latino women. I have a preference. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just moving forward. This is a lovely woman. Blah blah blah. Okay, sure. Whatever. We're just gonna go ahead. Am I muted? Last few posts aren't there. Huh? No? Give me a sec. What the fuck is yeah, the fuck is symbiotic friendship? What's going on, rodent? Your shit is not coming up. Hold on, let's see if I can refresh it. Uh, yeah, this should be okay. Yeah, it's cringe. That's why I'm skipping it, because it's cringe as. Okay, here we go. I thought, yeah, let's dive into mem. Oh, Mikey Cage out here. Glad to see you back. How are you? Blah, 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 blah. You know, I'm welcome for that. I'm not saying I caged it. Blah, blah, blah. Um, just yeah. Okay, so I'm going to bring. I want to get your views on these things. Okay, here we go. That's where we're starting from.
Get your views on these things. So Rex says there are some things that aren't subject to compromise. Masked armed men in armed vehicles abducting individuals to the street and flying them to other countries is unacceptable and unlawful. It's never happened. I've never seen that happen. What you have is
You know what that argument is, Steve? Argument from ignorance. I didn't see it, so it never happened.
People that are federal agents acting upon a judicial warrant to go remove somebody who has deportation orders.
No, that's not what it is. No. ICE is acting on administrative orders, not judicial orders, and ICE is acting on administrative orders and deporting people. Steve, get your facts right. And that's the issue. And again, if there are deportation orders, those people are still, they're still like they deserve due process. They can still appeal. Like, what the fuck?
From our country, which has been around, these rules have been around for a very long time. These are nothing. Trump did not create any legislation. Well, I was say Congress didn't create any legislation when it came to immigration. They haven't changed anything. All they've done is literally just use the laws that are out there.
That is so not factual, Steve. That is so not factual. That is not factual at all. You're ignoring the expedited removal controversies like in Portland 2022 detentions by unmarked vans, and ICE uses administrative warrants, not judicial warrants. All right? And then in Portland 2020, DHS agents in unmarked vans did detain protesters without clear identification, right? And while not deportation, it shows masked men in vans, right? That has happened domestically. Deportation process. ICE often uses Form I-200 administrative warrants signed by ICE supervisors, not Article 3 judges, which to like deport people, right? Immigration and Nationality Act of 1996. This is me doing your homework for you, Steve. I'm from New Zealand, India, Australia. I'm doing this homework for you, right? Immigration and Nationality Act of 1996 created expedited removal. Trump expanded its scope, and which was later blocked in courts in 2019 and 2020-25. So policy discretion just does shape outcomes. All right. Deportations are not just as like simple and clean as like, oh yeah, judicial warrant, so it's done. Courts have repeatedly intervened, over due process gaps. And just because, and this whole thing of never happened is factually false. Given the detentions of 2020 and the ICE's use of administrative, not judicial warrants. Like, dude. Never, it never is easy to falsify, and I just did it, right? And again, correct the terminology. ICE uses administrative orders or warrants, not judicial, right?
And so my response would be this has never happened.
Because you didn't see it doesn't mean it never happened. I just proved you wrong. So take that.
What do you think?
Yeah, and notice how they describe it in like the most general possible way.
Oh my God, David, you're not the one to talk about general, descriptions or descriptors. Please, please, you're not the one to describe. Again, projection, fucking pure fucking projection.
So as to not give any details about what's going on. The left is like actually averse to describing things as clearly and accurately as possible. So as instead to like try to spin it in the
Steve just got the fucking the warrants wrong. You and Dave, obviously, because he doesn't know what he's talking about, doesn't call him out on it. Oh, Steve, actually, we have ICE who use like administrative warrants, not judicial warrants. I did that research and I knew that. These two motherfuckers, nothing.
the most manipulative way possible. When you describe it actually as accurately as you can, then
How? What? Give me one example. Again, citation needed. You are talking in general terms here, and you're not giving me anything specific. Like, give me an example. Give me one
it sounds
example.
like what's happening is not actually that bad. And to your point, I mean, yeah, it's just enforcing immigration law, right? You want the law.
No, this is the same thing like the Nazis used to say. I'm just following the law. Trump has expanded the scope of the law. And because of that, the courts have had to intervene so many times regarding due process. You can Google this shit. Oh my God.
Law changed, then you elect someone
Correct.
who will
Correct.
change.
And policy is not equal to law. Statutes are stable. Policy choices, or the policy choices and changes, changing the outcomes. Like, sorry, what? Policy choices. Yeah, the policy choices that change the outcomes and can be litigated. Those outcomes can be litigated. If it was just the law, the courts wouldn't be issuing injunctions on policy expansions. The how matters and is contestable. Can you give me any specific statutory provision?
Change the law. That's how this works, right? This is a democratic republic. The laws, as they currently stand, are just being enforced. That's literally all that's going on.
No, that's not what literally is going on, David. You're full of shit and you're an idiot.
100%. Now he says without
100%, Steve. Oh my God.
due process, and I got to tell you, that is one of the most misunderstood statements that I've ever heard. Let me make it very clear, and look, people could agree or disagree, but I'm just telling you, if you actually go read the law, the literature, everything on this, due process basically is that you cannot be, can't have your liberty, freedom, or property taken away from you without having a chance to be heard. And this is not what happened. If they've already have deportation orders, then an Article 2 immigration court has already, through a judicial process, determined that they are not supposed to be in the country.
No, that is so wrong. That is so wrong. I'll explain in detail.
Process. That's it. The due process is done. If ICE is gone...
No, it's not. You can still appeal. There are channels through which you can appeal, Steve. I did that when I was in New Zealand. My work visa was about to expire. I got, an immigration advisor to help try and extend my work visa. And he didn't check some of my paperwork, whether it was, still valid or not. And my visa expired and my application was rejected and I was in a limbo. I changed my I was still given a chance to appeal, to make my case again. And I made my case via another immigration advisor. And I got an extension on my work visa based on that. What are you talking about? Again, just saying bullshit. Again, ICE does not use judicial warrants. It uses administrative warrants. Mislabeling. Immigration courts are executive branch, administrative tribunals, not Article 3 courts. and not meaningfully Article 2 courts. Due process continues to apply to persons inside the US. So even if there's a deportation order, they are still they still deserve due process, which involves appealing the deportation order. Again, Steve, ICE warrants are administrative, not judicial. Get your fucking facts checked. Your whole like this thing is faulty on which the argument that you're building on. Due process doesn't end at final order. That's not how it happens. There you can put in motions to reopen it, appeal it, habeas petitions and protections like for asylum, CAT remain available. And immigration courts are not Article 2 courts. They are administrative tribunals under Department of Justice. I know that. I did my research. What the fuck is wrong with you, Steve? It's misleading to say that the due process is done. You're sending out really dangerous message out there to people who might want to appeal the decisions of deportation that they have had against them. They might think, oh yes, I can't do anything now anymore. You're doing a disservice to them. You asshole. I'm hungry. This is stupid. Come on. I'm gonna have food. This is so stupid. Why are people so stupid? Seriously. People are stupid. Stupid. No, I'm back. What? I'm here.
On a judicial warrant to go pick something up, somebody up, the
ICE uses administrative orders, Steve. Get your fucking facts right.
due process is over at that point.
No, it's not.
And I
Yeah.
don't understand how they don't understand.
As long as you're on American soil, it's never over. You fucking moron.
Saying that, Dave.
Yeah, the left just doesn't get what due process is, as you're pointing out.
Yeah, I think so. I'll need to do that in 3.
It's for citizens, right? Like, I mean, people who.
Well, there's some. I mean,
No, it's for anyone who's inside US, you fucking moron.
let's clarify. Even people that are here illegally, there's a minimal amount of due process, but it's not the same as the fully protected constitutional rights of an American citizen. That's one of the benefits of becoming a citizen.
What?
Right. Well, so that's the key point I was driving at. But like, get this, right? So they'll say, well, without due process, right? Maybe you find out that the person wasn't here illegally or whatever. Okay. But then like they'll try to apply this to Trump, bombing the cartels and stuff, and be like, well, he bombed them without due process. Like, I'm sorry.
Right? That's weird. I've seen that on Twitter, and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
When do terrorists get due process?
Right, exactly. I've never heard of this before. This is new to me too. There's no correlation between due process and having a war against terrorism when it comes to the cartels.
Okay, again, citation needed. Where has that happened? Where has that happened? Citation needed. Nothing? I thought so.
which, especially with Venezuela, because of an illegitimate president they have, that's up to the military. That is a military level just thing. That has nothing to do with the American citizen and due process. Nothing. Now there's rules of engagement, but that's a whole different ballgame. But you know, they have the intel on these people. They know.
Just again another straw man without nothing to present for. Like,
know that these boats are delivering narcotics to our country, and that intel is what they act on. They don't.
you are conflating two things here. You both of you. You're conflating criminal due process law enforcement with laws of armed conflict and military. That's what's happening here, right? And appeal to incredulity. And then you claim that it's up to the military. That's not how it happens. Like, there's a role that Congress plays in it, and the limits of the international law that is present. It's not just up to the military.
They don't capture these people to try them. That's not how it works. That's never how it works. I've been military. I've been.
Again, Pentagon in 2025, I'm reading this here, like from the fact checker that I have here, yeah? They clarified cartels are not currently authorized targets for US military strikes. That would actually, like military strikes in Mexico, that would require a new law. And targeting inside US would require criminal process. A broad international and humanitarian law governs. Foreign nationals in US criminal cases do get due process. And cartels are often prosecuted in US courts. You're wrong, Steve. Military targeting abroad requires clear legal authority, not simply intel. Equating law enforcement due process with war powers is a fucking categorical error here.
Been on law enforcement operations. I've been on drug, interdiction.
I don't believe you, Steve. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. At this point, you're not believable at all. You have presented nothing to support any to give us any hope that you have any credibility.
Things of that nature. No, I tell you what, if you go on one of these ships and they're hostile, we will blow them out of the water without even a second thought.
That's not how it happens. That's not how it happens. And even I know that. If you're on international waters, even if you're on national waters, you try to de-escalate the situation and then you try and get them in peacefully. Unless they escalate the situation on the other side, and you cannot de-escalate it. What are you talking about? You can't just shoot people willy-nilly, you fucking moron. That's not how it happens. Just I would say, like, that's why I say Steve has no fucking clue what he's talking about, and at this point he's just lying. He's just fucking lying because he's so desperate to appear as this like figure of authority and someone who knows what he's talking about. He's resorted to lying now. Like you're trying to create this like false dichotomy over here. If I'm not wrong, hold on. Let me just finish listening to it.
And that's, by the way, precisely how it should be, right? Swift and lethal action against people like that. I mean, you really want this, like, the defense of the country to be like get bogged down with a bunch of red tape? I mean, my goodness,
we could have survived.
I know we can never get anything done if, in response to like a full-fledged invasion on our country, and we have to.
Okay, like I said, false dichotomy. They're suggesting that the only two options are either instant destruction or paralysis by red tape. When in reality, law and rules of engagement govern a range of actions. It's not a dichotomy. And this again appeal to force and military fallacy. Blow them out of the water as the only serious option is more rhetoric than policy. Again, as I said, blow them out of the water is the last resort if even defending oneself is also not working. What the fuck? There are rules of engagement around how US Navy and Coast Guard operations behave. Especially against suspected narcotics and trafficking vessels. You know what that involves? It involves interception, boarding, seizure, and arrest. That's what it involves. Not blowing out of the water straight away. I am not a US citizen, and I know that, and these two motherfuckers are sitting there and playing pretend, intellectuals. And suspected traffickers or smugglers, they also, who are captured at sea and are prosecuted in US, they also get due process under the Maritime Drug Law Enforcement. Dozens of such prosecutions happen yearly. I have done my research here. These two motherfuckers are so full of shit. The US does not have a carte blanche to say sink all suspected drug boats. And as I said, the operations aim for interdiction and arrest and de-escalation, followed by prosecution. Like, the fucking toddlers oversimplifying everything. And ignoring the rules of engagement. That's what I'm saying. Steve is lying. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and so his whole thing. Oh, I've worked with in drug seizures and all that. Blah 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 blah. He's lying. At this point, he's straight up lying. I wonder if he has been lying to the lady he's quote unquote with right now. How much have you lied to that lady, Steve? About what you have done in the past and what you do now. I seriously hope you're not crashing on her couch and making her pay for you, since we know you don't have a job. God.
Go through all
What the fuck?
of this, red tape just to defend ourselves. It's unbelievable.
There are rules of engagement, David. You idiot. You nincompoop. You uneducated, illiterate, pretend, pseudo-intellectual, nincompoop, dyspeptic nincompoop. What the fuck?
That and you ever notice why are they sticking up for the terrorists? Why are they sticking up for MS-13?
Where? Please show me where they're sticking up for MS-13. What's the context? Again, citation needed, please. Can I have the citation, please? Oh my god.
Gang members, why are they picking the absolute worst battles to fight? It's just
I know exactly why, because they have nothing else of substance on the arguments, and
here we go with the attack and the pejoratives and the insult again. Sorry, I need to get that out of the way. Again, just sweeping generalization, overgeneralization, if I might say.
They've already had the propagandized machine out there, right? Because the Democratic Party has already...
Again, repeating that same fucking, conspiracy theory without anything to back it with.
He had, starting with Arctic Frost, the ability to go and spy on the American citizen, right? What started off as, Jack Smith's fake elector scandal, with Trump, we found out now it was a completely fabricated investigation. And matter of fact, the courts even said that, Smith had no right to be even a special investigator on this. There was nothing to be had. And then they weaponized it. They weaponized the Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, in order to investigate Trump. And along with...
Again, just making these
that anybody that seemed to support him, which include, by the way, Turning Point USA from Charlie Kirk's organization. There's definitely...
Definitely.
I'm not going to go on record to say that the government assassinated Charlie Kirk, but I will tell you that money-wise, I think there's definitely some correlation between the assassination and people in government whether it be the intelligence communities or Congress, that whether they knew about it directly, still funneled, or at least somehow it contributed to it. Does that make sense?
No, yeah. It
Yeah.
wouldn't.
Yeah. It makes sense. It does make sense. Yes, of course it makes sense. Steve, you said it, so of course it makes sense. Again, conspiracy theories, right? Nothing to back it up with. I'm coming. My food's screeching at me. Again, this whole claim about Arctic frost surveillance. Who's calling? Give me a second, guys. Somebody's on the door. Okay, eyes back. Alright, again. Indulging in conspiracy theories, bare assertions, so extraordinary allegations, right? And then argument from incredulity. And then the Jack Smith Authority, right? Multiple courts have upheld his appointment. So I don't know what the fuck. Arctic frost. There's no credible, verifiable record of a program by this name, tied to the surveillance of Americans. Specifically, surveillance of Americans. No. Kirk assassination. Investigations are still happening. And you're just making these like, assertions or claims about the government being involved somehow. Or, I don't know who. Like, Steve. As I said, since you're not open for debate and you're not open for people to question what the fuck you're saying, the responsibility on you to present evidence increases significantly. And you have not provided anything to us. Nothing.
Surprise me if that comes out, and I do hope the FBI keeps investigating it to get to the bottom of what happened there. It could be as simple as it appears, but by all means, I mean, look into it.
Correct. And by the way, Rex, the courts have already determined these things as far as the constitutionality with due process. So it's not based on the Constitution. You got to remember, the Constitution is a foundation, but there's been statutory laws since then. And the reason why is because The immigration court, it falls under Article 2 powers, not Article 3 judicial powers. They're part of the executive branch. This is why they took the courts away from the judicial branch, because I'm telling you, the judicial branch is the weakest of all three branches by design. Okay, it is supposed to be the weakest of three branches. They don't have the military to enforce their rule, right? They're basically just applying the laws and interpreting them as the way Congress wrote them, which have been voted on by the American people.
Again, the claim is that immigration courts are under Article 2, not Article 3, and they were removed from judiciary to executive because judiciary is weakest by design, or they don't have their own force to like enforce anything, right? It's a misclassification. Number one, EOIR, immigration courts are part of the Department of Justice executive, yes, but they were never Article 3 courts. They were created as administrative tribunals and were not moved away from the judiciary. That never happened. And this overstatement of that the judiciary as weakest misreads the Federalist 78. Courts lack military power but are co-equal in authority, with judicial review a cornerstone of constitutional law. How come that I know more about your constitution and your judiciary and everything than you, Steve? They were always under Department of Justice since 1983. They are not Article 2 courts. They are executive branch and executive branch administrative tribunals. That's what they are. God. Federal judges hold life tenure, and then impeachment exists as a removal mechanism. Judicial review, since I'm citing the court case Marbury versus Madison in 1803, judicial review gives courts power to strike down executive legislative acts. So I don't know in what way you're saying that they are weak or they don't have their own force. They can borrow force to enforce things. So it's a misspeak. It's a misclassification, or actually it's misinformation to say that immigration courts were taken away from Article 3. It's factually wrong. They were never Article 3. And the judiciary, while they lack the sword, right? They're not designed to be weakest in authority. They're equal in authority. God damn it. How come I know more about your constitution than you know, Steve? God damn it. This is embarrassing. You're embarrassing, Steve.
What the people want, right? And so when it's talking about the constitutional protections, the immigration courts have already decided, the Supreme Courts have already decided that people that are here illegally do have some constitutional protections, but they're not to the same level as an established American citizen. They're not here legally. They don't get the same, due process that we get.
No, that is so factually wrong. They'll get the same due process. That is so factually wrong. Supreme Court has indeed held that the non-citizens have constitutional protections. The case I'm going to cite here is Zadvidis versus Davis. All right? But those protections don't vanish post-removal order. They stay there until that person is in US. All the protections stay. Again, incorrect warrant terminology. We have already debunked that. Overgeneralization. Not every person subject to removal is simply told to leave and then deported. Appeals, motion to reopen, asylum, all those things are exist in place. Again, just repeating bullshit. Non-citizens physically present in US, even unlawfully, are entitled to due process, which is the Fifth Amendment, before deprivation of liberty. And ICE's administrative warrants do not authorize entry into homes without consent or judicial approval. They have the same constitutional due process rights. You fucking idiot.
They're here illegally. They get a hearing. They say, okay, why are you here illegally? And they tell them to leave if they're here illegally.
It's not that simple. It's not that straightforward, Steve. What the fuck? There can be extenuating circumstances that they came in illegally. Maybe they're escaping war. And they didn't know that they can ask for asylum, so they entered illegally. They could be here looking for, medical solutions, which their country doesn't have. So desperate for that, they came here. Like, there's so many cases, Steve. What is wrong with you? Just speaking in these, like, overgeneralization, overgeneral terms. Overly. Habeas corpus, yes. Full due process, yes. Holy shit.
And if they don't self-deport themselves, then that's when ICE will go in on a judicial warrant and remove them because it's already been just adjudicated.
Again, ICE do not act on administrative warrants, and administrative warrants do not authorize entry into homes without consent or judicial approval. You have been interchangeably using administrative and judicial warrants since the start. You fucking idiot.
And by the way, like, people don't get this is incredibly normal. I mean, like, that countries deport people that are within their borders illegally. Everyone does this. I don't get the outrage at, like, that the United States would be doing this too. That's exactly what you would expect, right? Somebody's within your borders who's not there legally, not supposed to be there. You put them back where they belong. This is common sense. Everyone does it, but because it's, I mean, nobody whined and complained about it when Obama did it, but because there's just, or Biden, right? I mean, obviously, we know it wasn't as aggressive under Biden as it clearly should have been. But yes, when, the people they like were doing it, there wasn't this outrage about it. Deporting people who are in your country illegally is incredibly normal, and everyone does it. There should.
Again, they're saying that deporting people illegally in U.S. is incredibly normal, and no one complained under Obama or Biden. Number one, whataboutism and false equivalence, right? Immigration enforcement has always been controversial. And there were protests under Obama, who was called, quote-unquote, deporter-in-chief, and Biden. Have we forgotten about that? And again, oversimplifying everything like fucking toddlers. There have been changes in policy, priorities, conditions, family separation, public messaging, etc., that have, that has shaped and is shaping public reaction to it. Facts are, Obama deported over 3 million people. This is coming from Pew Research in 2016, prompting immigrant rights protests. There were protests against Obama, so this is factually incorrect to say that nobody, minded when Obama did it. David, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. And Biden shifted the enforcement priorities. And he still faces criticism for that. Around deportations, if I am not that clear. The public outrage around deportations just didn't begin with Trump. That is factually incorrect. Activists have criticized Obama and Biden. The difference is in policy details and political framing. Not total silence before Trump. Like, stop it. David, stop it. Shut the fuck up. You're all full of shit. Both of you. Yeah, it's the vast scale that is happening now compared to earlier administration. That's why it looks like that there's more hue cry about it. God. So stupid.
Should be no outrage.
Correct. Real quick, so NCG Studios out there, he says, keep up the good work, Steve. Absolutely, my friend.
Good
Doug
work.
Jones and that
Your standards of good work are really low, my friend.
group over there, great channel. If you haven't checked it out, NGC Studios, love their stuff. So I've always thanked him for his support. Let's see here. So Rex actually says all three branches of the government were intended to be equal. That's not necessarily true. They're only intended to be equal as far as checks and balances. But as far as power, the judicial branch, the Article 3 powers are the weakest. This is a fact. I mean, there's no way you can get around that. One, because you have core plenary powers for Article 2, and for Article 1, Congress makes the courts, right, the district courts, and they could defund the entire judicial system and start from scratch if they want to. They would basically defund districts, and you would have a district judge that has no fiefdom to reign over. So where's their power from? They're not equal when it comes to that, nor are they supposed to be by design.
That is factually wrong, Steve. That is so factually wrong. And you're just saying, saying bullshit. You're saying that Congress can defund the entire judicial system and the judges lack the real power because they don't command military force. And judges aren't accountable to voters. You're misreading the Federalist 78. Hamilton described the judiciary as least dangerous because it lacks sword and purse, but still co-equal and empowered by judicial review. Overstatement of defunding. Congress controls appropriations but cannot abolish Article 3 courts or strip constitutional jurisdiction without amending the Constitution. You have to go through that due process. You just can't do it willy-nilly. And judges can be removed by impeachment, which is a constitutional accountability mechanism. Congress can adjust lower courts, but they cannot abolish Supreme Court or nullify Article 3 or the protection it gives out without constitutional change. It will require a constitutional change. It's not that simple, you fucking moron. They're not a subordinate. They have independence, and it's intentional. God, they're still accountable via impeachment and appellate process, not the voter recall, but still they are still accountable. How do I know more about your country, Steve, than you? Seriously, how do I know more about your country than you? God.
Fine, because they did not want independent judicial judges overruling the President of the United States, which was a democratically elected president, because the judges are appointed by the president. They're not, or by somebody else, but they're not voted on. So there's no way to remove them by impeachment if there's no accountability for them. So
what? There's no way to remove via impeachment? There is a way to remove them via impeachment. What the fuck? Did I hear it wrong? Is that what he just said? Huh?
So because we have to find a way to get rid of them, right? We have to find a way to say, okay, look, you've always...
Yeah, there is. You can impeach them. And there's appellate process. What the fuck you're talking about, Steve?
Stepped your boundaries, we're going to remove you from the bench, but we can't do that by voting. So how do they do that? Well, by Article 1 and Article 2 powers.
Yeah, it's almost like the founding fathers knew what they were doing.
So what's the problem again? But that does not make them weakest. It makes them least dangerous by design. You fucking moron. There's a difference between dangerous and weakness. Like,
yeah, right? And by the way,
yeah, right? Can you please stroke my dick a little more, buddy? Fucking hell.
If you would agree, but I tend to what's called to be a contextualist when it comes to the Constitution. I do think that we do read the Constitution rather literally, but there's also a small degree of flexibility there, because it's a living document as far as our society, but not so far like like Sotomayor, when she considers it to be a living document. This is how we get extreme liberalism out there. And I'm just totally against that. I definitely go to the original text. I wouldn't say that I'm a textualist, but I do think that I would tend to being a person who reads the document as it's intended as much as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have an issue, if I were to say it's a living and breathing document, what I would mean by that is that it can be changed by constitutional
by
amendment,
the people,
right? Adding something, repealing something like that. But yeah, it doesn't mean that you can apply whatever wild modernist interpretation you want to what the original framers and then.
But that's what they do.
Of course, yeah.
Where, please? Again, citation needed. Where are your citations and sources, Steve? I am providing mine. You aren't. I'm more competent than you at this. Your shit. Your country's shit. I am more competent. Shame on you. Seriously. Ugh.
Yeah,
They're not changing. When's the last time they changed the Constitution, right? Matter of fact, congressional laws don't even change
Yeah. You're right, Alex. The original text allows amendments.
that much. So they're trying to provide these nationwide preliminary injunctions, which was not the original intent.
Oh, okay.
Of the district courts, and these.
Oh, so you're mad that the judiciary is just doing its job. You know? Coming up with injunctions against policies that are not fair. Or not constitutional, if I might dare say. Is that what you're mad about? Oh, okay.
These are lawfare, absolutely lawfare. This is why you see in 2021 cases.
Oh, lawfare. Oh, okay.
Go in front of the Supreme Court where they've sided with Trump, the appeals courts siding with Trump, and the ones that don't side with Trump get overridden by the Supreme Court. So there's a lot of judicial warfare going on when it.
Okay. Again, unsubstantiated numbers. Where are these numbers coming from? That SCOTUS sided with Trump with 20 to 21. Where's your citation? Citation needed. Citation needed. Are you lazy that you can't provide a citation for it? Yeah, I thought so. Right? And again, lawfare. That's so much loaded language that you're using. That's routine litigation, what you just explained. That's not lawfare. Where's your evidence of bad faith? Again, citation needed. And there's this presenting everything in ambiguous terms, especially about the quote-unquote original intent. You suggest contextualism and then criticize others for applying a modern interpretation. Oh yeah, your interpretation should matter, right? Not anyone else's. Citation, Trump said so, right? SCOTUS has ruled for both for and against Trump. They have done that in numerous cases. This 20 to 21 cases siding with Trump, there's no documentation. Provide documentation for that, please. Can you? Nationwide injunctions are a contested but long-standing judicial tool in your country, Steve. They were not invented to target Trump. And, it's dishonest of you to, describe every adverse ruling as lawfare without, explaining why you think so. Can you explain in detail, please? Or you're just gonna spew bullshit? Like, hopeless, pathetic, both of you, David and Steve. Holy shit.
It comes to that, and I think a lot of people are brainwashed to believe that these immigrants that come over here illegally get the same protections. They don't. I'm sorry.
They get the same due process. Now you're conflating two terms. You're conflating protections with process. I'm catching up on that. I'm looking at you, Steve. Do you understand what's the difference between protections and due process? Due process, if they get same due process, they will get the same protections. You fucking idiot. What do you think about me, Steve? If when I was in New Zealand, when I was in a limbo, I was illegally in New Zealand. Do you think I should just have been thrown out? I didn't deserve, like, if someone attacked me on the street, I wouldn't deserve to go to the hospital, or I wouldn't deserve, my case shouldn't be investigated? What? You're talking about jobs and stuff, that's something else. When you're talking about due process, and a job is not a protection. Yeah, I was in a limbo because of a mistake of someone else who was supposed to be a professional. Yeah. Ugh. Like fucking toddlers, two toddlers sitting together and just like.
It's just you could believe that, but in reality, by the way the system has always been set up, that's never been the case.
You don't know how the system has been set up. You never even investigated or researched or searched how the system has been set up. You're just talking out of your ass now, Steve. That's all you have been doing, and I've proven it. I've proven it.
Yeah, citizens have rights that non-citizens don't. I mean, it's amazing that you have to explain basic stuff like this.
Again, just repeating bullshit. Just repeating bullshit. Non-citizens don't have rights. Like, you switched from due process to rights. Funny.
Well, because they don't teach civics any longer.
Do you study civics, Steve? I don't think so. You have studied civics. I studied it about your country, and I'll know more than you. And David, who's fucking sitting here with all the books in the background. Ugh.
Now, this is true. I mean, the whole education system. I mean, you and me both know this, that they really should probably be like teaching logic and probably introductory philosophy and then, actually useful stuff. But
I just said that the other day. Yeah, I think that it should be a core. Go back to starting with Aristotelian philosophy. I think that students.
It'd be a lot more useful than having, a drag queen story hour or whatever other nonsense they're trying to do.
Oh, here we go with the homophobia, transphobia. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, that's all that time wasted on LGBTQ plus indoctrination. And again, let me make it very clear: nobody's saying anything about people's sexual preferences or rights to live their lives the way they want. I literally couldn't care a shit if somebody's gay or straight. To me, I think it's ridiculous somebody would base their identity on that. I don't get it. I don't walk around going, I'm a proud straight man. It's just who I am. I don't care if somebody's gay. So what? Big deal. Nobody cares. And society got to that point where they said nobody cares. But the left.
Yeah, but for some reason you can't go to the fact of, you can't reach the fact nobody cares if someone's like, I identify as a woman or I identify as a man. For some reason, you can't make that jump. I wonder why.
How to make it an issue, and they unfortunately got hooked onto this whole transgenderism movement, which
here we go, transphobia. Here we go.
Ontologically, incorrect as far as our understanding of biology and metaphysics. It doesn't make any.
Again, there's a difference between gender identity and biology. And then also, biology is very complex. It's not just binary. Very complex, which obviously you do not understand.
Sense, right? So they latched onto that, and they spent more time talking to students about that stuff than stuff that could actually help them, like you said, critical thinking. And I've noticed this. It is the truth that our educational system has been infected by the most radical Marxism I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, radical Marxism. Oh my goodness. Again, factual errors plus anecdotal inflation, right? The Department of Education hasn't been abolished, right? And isolated events, they are not the same as, systematic curriculum. Like the drag queen hour, right? If you're gonna make like national claims, you gotta bring in national data. Where's your fucking data? Again, here we go. Citation needed. Where's your citation for it? Right? And you're saying that the education should return to Aristotelian, philosophy instead of drag queen hour. Right? False equivalence. You're comparing philosophy curricula with community literacy events like drag queen hour, story hour, as if they occupy the same educational role. They do not. Drag queen story hour is not part of formal curricula. It's usually voluntary library programming. And it's and again, a straw man that, the drag queen story hour replaces core education, when in fact reading, math, civics remain foundational. Unless you can demonstrate to me that somewhere else it has happened. Remember when Steve was like going on about the US K-12 curriculum, educational, curriculum? It does not include the drag queen story hour as a mandated program. It's not a mandated program. The Department of Education, it sets broad standards, and local districts can control that via their curriculum. Like, returning to classical philosophy and can, yes, enrich critical thinking, yes, but presenting it as an alternative to the drag queen events, that's the misrepresentation of reality. Both can go hand in hand. They are not, like, again, they are not mutually exclusive or equally central to education. Rogue NPC. Hi, Rogue NPC. How are you? What's going on? Woman, you don't know what you're talking about. Huh? Oh, okay. Whatever. Um, Again, and David is just sitting there casually just agreeing with, and saying that LGBTQ plus, inclusion is indoctrination, which is a harmful rhetoric towards the LGBTQ plus community. And then make a claim that, nobody was made it an issue until the left made it an issue. You are making it an issue by calling it indoctrination. Right? Yeah, I agree with MX Spec. Yeah, drag queen story hour is the most ridiculous non-issue to get up in arms about, and it's not even mandatory. Like saying that time wasted on LGBTQ plus indoctrination, nobody cares, and the left had to make it an issue. Like, you're begging the question that, that inclusive education means indoctrination, and you have nothing to prove for it. Again, citation needed, right? And historical revisionism, you know, the that it wasn't an issue. There were laws discriminating against gays and lesbians all around the world, US included. US had sodomy laws that were overturned only in 2003. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, David. Fact: the LGBTQ plus content in US schools is limited, optional, and often state or district specific. As of 2022, only 6 states mandated inclusive curricula. Survey shows visibility reduces bullying and suicide risk among LGBTQ plus youth. That's what it is about. The more the visibility, the more the acceptance, and the more it brings down like isolation, bullying, and the risk of suicide. But these two simpletons don't get it and don't care. Inclusion is not indoctrination, David. You fucking baka. It's public health, social health. Teaching tolerance reduces harm. And you can still have your personal beliefs intact. Nobody is forcing you to change them. Eh? Manya, show the picture at Chesh. Yeah, they them have in grammar in English. They them have always been used when you're not sure about a person's gender. You use they and them. What are you talking about? Never wrote a story or an essay? What the fuck?
It's crazy. I mean
Crazy.
that
Oh yeah, crazy. Yeah. Now we are gonna use crazy. Yeah. Way to stigmatize communities. Good. And this also another claim that Steve was like saying transgender identity is ontologically incorrect. Like he keeps repeating this phrase throughout, right? It's like and also on top of it, he says it's ontologically incorrect in terms of biology and metaphysics. And I said it's not that simple, Steve. It's complicated. You're appealing to nature here. You're assuming that biological sex should invalidate your gender identity when the society is saying no, it shouldn't. And people are saying we don't want that. And you're confusing sex, traits, biological traits, with gender traits or social and psychological identity. They're not the same. Medical and psychological associations like AMA, APA, World Health Organization, they recognize transgender identities as valid and not pathological. That's how you cite sources. Gender dysphoria treatment is gender-based. Evidence-based, sorry, not gender-based, sorry, my bad. Gender dysphoria treatment is evidence-based. It's not just willy-nilly. You're just ready to ignore like established science. This person who was like till 3 to 4 years ago was such a big fan of science has reduced science to such simple terms, ignoring the complexity and the research that science includes. Yeah, there are all kinds of intersex. Yep. Transgenderism. Fuck.
That's one reason why, like, I don't really have any interest in putting my kids in public school until such time that things are changing.
I wouldn't do it again.
Yeah.
I definitely think that we should, until the public school system gets fixed. I mean, we started with defunding the Department of Education. That was the best thing we could have ever done. That was pure indoctrination. We all know this. It should be at the
Citation needed. And we know Department of Education. What the fuck is he talking about?
state level, and I believe that should be tailored to the constituents of those communities, because I mean, let's be realistic. If you're in Silicon Valley, then you might want to take some courses in computer programming and
Steve, you're not qualified to advise people what courses should they take depending on which, where they're working. You're not qualified. I just quoted sources, dude. What are you talking about?
things that will help you in technology. But if you're living in Montana, you might want to focus more on agriculture. Nothing wrong.
Why? Why don't they deserve computer? Why should education be limited to them? Knowledge be limited to them? Who the fuck are you to decide that? What is their potential? You know people travel between states, right? Depending on their education, background, and the job they're applying for. You want all the states to become silos? Your United States of America? Really?
Wrong with that, right?
Yeah, obviously there's some stuff that needs to like be taught across the board, reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? But
this whole thing around like, introducing this false dilemma in mildly, that national standards and local tailoring are mutually exclusive. Both can coexist and both coexist. And local school boards already customize electives and vocational tracks. The federal standards ensure that universal basics like reading, math, science, civics is available to all. You're just trying to limit what people can learn. Why? Why can't someone who's in Montana not, go for a computer engineering degree? Why should they be forced to like study agriculture? Huh? Fucking weirdo.
There obviously are going to be things that are more specific to particular communities, and so yeah, absolutely, there should be flexibility there to teach the people in that community, right, the upcoming generation, what they will need to know. And obviously, this goes back to the point I was making earlier about that also is helping people learn to be functional parts of a society instead of being this sort of atomized, almost automaton that it seems like the left is trying to turn us all into.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah, yeah. Again, hasty generalization. Labeling left as a monolith who are deliberately trying to atomize the society. And without presenting any evidence. David, where the fuck is your evidence? I'm getting irritated now. False cause, right? Fallacy. Conflating cultural change with coordinated political projects. Curriculums already balance universal requirements with local electives and vocational tracks. There's no evidence of coordinated attempt to atomize individuals through education. We know Rogue is here just to be a troll, guys. Just provide them with sources if they want, and then just leave them alone. It's fine. Don't hide them, don't anything. Just leave them alone. They're obviously not. They don't want to be reasoned with. So yeah.
It's a shame too because I've seen it happen with people that I care about. They just refuse to listen, and where do you go from that? I just hope that one day, I've had people message me. I swear to God, dude, people message me.
I don't believe you that people message you. I don't believe you.
I'm not gonna obviously say who it was. It doesn't really matter. But somebody that had followed me for a very long time, educated person. I'll say that they were a science person, a scientist, geologist.
Sure.
And they messaged me and they said, hey Steve, man, I think you're great. Always been friendly to me. Always treated me okay. But you support MAGA and Trump now, and I'm afraid of what's going to happen with the Veterans Administration. And I said, well, wait a minute here. I'm a veteran. I'm not even remotely concerned about it.
Just because you're not concerned about it doesn't mean others can't be concerned about it. You fucking idiot. Sorry, I'm eating. Just because everything is convenient for you doesn't mean it's the same for everyone else. And that's why it's important. Debate, dialogue is important. So that selfish people like Steve don't dismiss other people's concern. I'm not concerned, so your concern is invalid. I'm not even remotely concerned about it.
He's like, well, the cuts, this, and I'm like, do you understand what the cuts actually are? The cuts have to do with like things like getting more up to date, more modernized, so they don't have to have
cuts getting okay.
So many people wasting their time taking phone calls for people rather than doing the legwork to taking care of the veterans. It's not about benefits. No veterans losing any benefits.
How do you know that? Citation needed.
They were so brainwashed by the media to think.
So your friend is brainwashed, and you wonder why they don't want to talk to you. Okay.
Oh my God, they're going after the VA because that's what they were telling people, which was complete BS. And
yeah.
Okay, let me factually check you, Steve. First, let's talk about the fallacies, like cherry picking, right? From the start, anecdotal fallacy, right? You're presenting one personal story as evidence of, as evidence against broader documented concerns. Fact checking you. In 2018 and 2020, budget proposals under the Trump administration sought reductions in discretionary spending, including areas affecting the VA, notably staffing and infrastructure. So you're wrong. Staffing and infrastructure was affected. Yeah, the overall VA budgets continue to rise. Veterans groups expressed concern about outsourcing and privatization. For example, the VA Mission Act of 2018, which shifted the sources towards private providers. A single veteran's lack of concern doesn't negate documented policy debates. Steve, there are concerns about privatization and staffing. That's not brainwashing, but that's based on real proposals. Those are the concerns based on real proposals. You're cherry picking by overemphasizing on modernization while you're encouraging the criticisms around underfunding and privatization risks. There are risks that are associated with privatizing things, especially VA. And then you are reframing, creating a straw man by reframing any critical concern, like loss of servicing and staffing, as if it's only about direct benefits. Fact checking you. The VA Mission Act of 2018 expanded private sector care options but strained the budgets, with some facilities reporting resource pressures. The Congressional Budget Office projected costs that could shift resources away from VA hospitals. While direct benefits weren't cut, service access and staffing adequacies were legitimate concerns. The core benefits, yeah, they remain intact, and that, I guess, that's the only one. Those are the only ones that affect you, Steve. But that doesn't mean that there aren't any other systematic concerns. And there's no concerns around like uncertainty and risk of about delivery of care. It's not just about you, Steve. Very conveniently just dismissed other person's concern. Oh, I am a veteran, so just because I don't get affected, fuck it. Have you talked to other veterans who are under different program than you, who might be getting different benefits than you, who might be getting different medical, care than you? Have you spoken to them? That would be a good stream to do. But of course, you're going to dismiss them because Trump. They will be critical of what Trump has done or what anyone has done with VA, and you just want to dismiss it.
I mean,
They blocked me. They blocked me for it, dude. They blocked me. I'm like, really? Okay. Then what are you gonna do, right?
Yeah, you can't reason with people who aren't interested in having their narrative challenged. Because that's
Steve just dismissed it when someone challenged his narrative and said that they're indoctrinated. Or, sorry, not indoctrinated, brainwashed. Like,
that's really
way with like ad hominem, Steve.
People need to get more comfortable with the idea of that people disagree with you, right? And that's the way it's always been, right? That's the whole reason politics is a thing, is precisely because we don't all agree on things. And so our system of government is sort of set up that what most people want, right, what we can get the most agreement on, that's what we're going to sort of gear society towards. But it's predicated on that disagreement is a thing. And people just don't know how to do that anymore, right? I made a post about this not too long ago that...
So again, Steve is being like, Steve is presenting something like, because someone had a fallout with him. There was an interpersonal fallout. Doesn't mean that, the other side's narrative is wrong, right? It's an indication of rising polarization, yes, and distrust in you. And then again, false dichotomy. Either, your explanation is acceptable or they are being unreasonable. Projection, yes, April. And this whole thing around like what David is saying, like, that people should get comfortable with disagreement. Politics exists because we don't all agree, and government reflects majority's will. The whole reason politics is a thing set up that what people most want, right? Um, it's an oversimplification. Again, toddlers. U.S. government isn't strictly, quote unquote, what most people want, but a constitutional republic. It's a republic with checks and balances and minority protections. There are protections for minority. You fucking idiot, David. Right? US politics, they balance the majority rule with institutional safeguards, electoral college, Senate representation, judicial review. Policy often diverges from majority opinion due to structural features like gerrymandering and lobbying. Yeah, see you later, intrigued. So, like, what the fuck?
We spent so long teaching people to just not have conversations about politics and religion, right? We told people, don't talk about stuff like that, that we're losing the ability to have those conversations now. People don't know how to rationally disagree with one another. And so that's why we're getting all this, name calling and polarization, because people just, they haven't gotten over it, right? I mean, we know that we sort of naturally are uncomfortable with disagreement as human beings. Our brain is sort of like wired to go into fight or flight mode. We literally respond the same way to disagreements or someone who like strongly disagrees with us. We go into flight or flight mode, right? We have the exact same reaction that we would have if we were actually being physically attacked. You have the same sort of brain reaction, and you have to be trained to get over that. But instead of training people and incentivizing people to get over that, we haven't done that, and so now people are just completely irrational and can't handle disagreement. So I do think we need. Yeah.
Again, David, there's so much to unpack here. All right. So he's like, ambiguity. He's talking about some sort of agreement. We don't know what sort of agreement he's talking about, right? Does it mean plurality, unanimity, or something else, right? Moralistic fallacy, right? He's assuming that because disagreement is natural, all disagreements deserve equal weight or legitimacy. That's not how it works, right? Political theorists have distinguished between various forms of consensus. There's supermajority, simple majority, unanimity. Policies often require trade-offs, not pure consensus, right? So that we have already talked about. The other one is that we told people don't talk about politics and religion, and we are losing the ability, and therefore name calling and all that polarization thing, right? So over here, the reasoning and fallacies over here, post hoc casual oversimplification, again, just like toddlers, he implies that discouraging conversation caused present polarization, ignoring many contributing factors, media, social media, echo chambers, like this one, right? Political polarization has been widely studied, dude. There are many factors that affect that. There's media fragmentation, social sorting, identity politics, algorithmic echo chambers, demographic change, not just cultural taboos around discussion. There's political science literature. What the fuck are you talking about? There might be some suppression of open conversation, but polarization is not just due to that. There are many structural and technological drivers. Just oversimplifying everything, as usual. Like he's saying that people are naturally uncomfortable with disagreement, right? Psychologically, our brains are often respond to strong disagreement like a physical threat, fight or flight. Overgeneralization, again, an exaggeration. He claims equality between emotional reaction to disagreement and physical threat. That's not the same, right? Biological determinism, it's misapplied here. He's using neuroscience metaphor to imply people cannot control or moderate disagreement reaction. Again, Dave, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Stop using shit that you don't know what you're talking about. Fight and flight. You don't even know how it works. The fight or flight stress response, it's triggered by perceived threats, which is broadly defined, which includes social stress. The the equivalence that you're putting between intellectual disagreement and life-threatening situation is a rhetorical exaggeration at this point here. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, David. How are you so uneducated and illiterate with all the fucking books behind you? What are those books? Seriously. Strong agreements they are rarely processed identically to life threats. Oh, you moron. And then this whole thing about like training or incentive to teach people how to handle disagreements rationally, and that without that society becomes irrational or polarized. Again, slippery slope projection, suggesting that lack of training directly leads to widespread irrationality and polarization when it's not that. There are many factors that are there. Hasty generalization. Again, that lack of formal training, and using that to make a claim about the society. Like training exists like for conflict resolution and like debate education, civic discourse and all that stuff, right? But the correlation between such training and polarization is not well established unless you provide me, again, citation needed. Do you have a citation for that? Or you're just pulling it out of your fucking where the sun don't shine? Yeah, Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist from the live chat. He seems to be essentializing particular parts of the human experience and underplaying the other parts without having a coherent underlying methodology. Exactly. You got it. You got it. There's no consistency. So slippery slope projection, yeah, and all that stuff. And then let's hear
We need to
more.
see a return to sort of a value of sort of rational debate, rational. And I mean, I understand that there's just some people you can't debate with because they got
You just said the whole thing. This about the whole left. So
no interest. But I just mean, as a society, we need to return to seeing the value in that.
Right. I agree. A perfect example would be, this guy Rex in my live chat. He says, I pity you both for drinking the Kool-Aid. I got to tell you, I don't think people understand what Kool-Aid is, because Kool-Aid makes just like the things that come easy, that it's so easy. I got to tell you, the things that David and I read, not easy stuff to understand, bro.
yeah, that's quite apparent that it's not easy stuff to understand. Well, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I have debunked you so many times now. You've gotten so many things wrong. And I, sitting here in Australia, I'm correcting you about your US Constitution and judiciary. Holy shit.
Okay, especially Dave. He's like legit into this stuff. I'm just
Again, what was this? What's the fallacy? Appeal to authority, self. I read a lot, so therefore I know what I'm talking about. You're wrong, I'm right. Why? Because I said so. Trust me, bro. Exactly.
just an amateur. I'm just a lay armchair philosophy guy that has knowledge of some certain subjects because I had some education.
You have no education, Steve. It's quite evident. You have no education. You read through things, you skim through things, and then because you skim through things, you don't understand them, and because of your biases, you misapply them. This whole stream is a demonstration of that. And you want the non sequitur show to come back. Not like this, not on my watch. No, sir. No. You're not going to tarnish the non sequitur show community with this garbage. No, you're not. And I commend Rex for giving you pushback.
have about 4 years of college. This guy's like it's gonna be a PhD coming up. This guy's smart.
Again, education doesn't mean that you're going to be right about everything. We established that at the start. Just because you have education doesn't mean you're going to be right about everything. You will get things wrong. And Dave is getting a lot of things wrong. And again, I don't trust Dave. I don't think so. He's going for PhD. I don't know in what. I don't know. Seriously, it's hard to believe. But then American education system, guys, it's different from ours back home or in New Zealand. So
Smart, okay? So there's no Kool-Aid to be had there. And so
just because someone is smart doesn't mean that they can't get they can't be wrong, Steve. And who are you to give him the certificate? Just because you gave him the certificate, so like the person cannot criticize you? Excuse me? Oh, shit. Sorry, my bad.
Opinions and
Shit. Where were we? Where were we? Oh, I know where were we. Here we are. Whew. Got it.
I gotta tell you, I don't think people understand what Kool-Aid is.
you think we're wrong, I mean, show it. Just you think we're wrong.
I gotta tell you, I don't think people understand what Kool-Aid is, because Kool-Aid makes you know, just like the things that are come easy, that it's so easy. I gotta tell you.
Yeah, it's easy because you have said you're not going to have a dialogue, you're not going to have a debate, so you're doing the easy stuff. Just spewing shit without producing anything as without showing anything for sources or citations. You are doing the easy thing. Yes, so you are drinking the Kool-Aid by your own definition.
The things that David and I read, not easy stuff to understand, bro. Okay, I have about 4 years of college. This guy is like it's gonna be a PhD coming up.
You have about 4 years of college. Again, that doesn't mean that you learned something, Steve. I have 6 to 7 years of college. I'm still studying. That means my points are more valid than yours? Is that how we're going to measure everything?
You know, this guy's smart. Okay, so there's no Kool-Aid to be had there.
And they're just stroking each other's dicks because Steve says Dave is smart, Dave says Steve is smart, so they're right.
And so he says, you have confidently made several incorrect statements. I hope you realize it one day. Well, here's the thing. We haven't. You can go investigate these things. I really...
I did, and I just proved you wrong. On your every claim, I fact-checked you.
Do hope people go look into these things, because we really haven't. But if you think so, you're welcome to that belief. The difference is, I'm not going to advocate for your assassination or block somebody.
Where did someone say that? Where did Rex say that? Why are you bringing this, unrelated thing in here? What the fuck are you talking about, Steve? Again, ad hominem, straw man.
Because of their political beliefs. It's never happened. Never would happen. It's just insanity.
This is just false equivalence. Just because someone is, saying that you haven't said that you've gotten facts wrong, or you haven't said anything factual, doesn't mean that that they're okay with political assassinations. What the fuck is wrong with you, Steve?
That's the difference between us and them.
Us and them. Yeah, right. Again, us and them. But you intend to reach out to them, and you intend to change their minds, or make them see your point of view by just hurling ad hominems, pejoratives, strawmans at them and mocking them instead of having a reasonable discussion and debate. And when somebody is saying that you're not factual, you're saying, oh, you can have that belief. It's not a belief, Steve. If it's an established fact, I have established it, that you're wrong. It's not a belief anymore. It's an established fact. Straw man, insulting the person, right? Again, as I said, ad hominem, Yeah, you can respond to the person, but you're just completely dismissing their criticism. Like, come on.
And the other thing too, if you think we're wrong, I mean, show it. Just saying, oh, you're wrong.
I did. The problem is that you have made so many claims, you have not provided a shred of evidence, and you have shifted the burden of proof to the other side who disagrees with you. And as a side who's disagreeing with you, I have done my job. But so I don't know whether you're going to, consider what I've presented and, where I've factually checked you, or whether you're going to change any of your rhetoric based on that. I don't know. Maybe you will. Hey, Dave, you can come and watch this if you want to.
About this, right? Oh, well, I hope you wake up to that someday. Look, we can make the exact same patronizing comments about you, right? This works both ways. And
He's not being patronizing. That's not what patronizing is. David, 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 please go back to college and relearn English. Please. And English is my second language. God.
And that's why you don't make progress that way. This is why I'm an evidentialist, right? The facts don't lie. So if you think I'm wrong, bring it. Right?
You have presented no citation for your claims. And I will keep saying is you keep pushing the burden of proof onto the dissenting side, which is very sneaky and dishonest. If you're making claims, especially extraordinary claims, you need to present extraordinary evidence for it. And so far, I've seen nothing in 1 hour. Nothing.
Right? I mean, I'm happy to shift my opinion based on the evidence. I've done.
Sure. I hope you do after watching this.
Many times. It's not something, I'm new to doing. I don't do it as, often now as I did when I was first, starting to get into, more academic studies. I attribute that to the fact that I think I just, believe a lot more true things now than I did starting out. But
that's not a given.
I mean, here and there, I still have to change my mind on things. So, Steve and I are not we're not immobile, right? We're not just married to this idea.
You are immobile. You have made declarative statements about the opposing side. That tells us that you're just pretending that you want to have a debate. You are immobile.
Theology just because we have reasons for it, and we're not.
And your reasons are you can have reasons, but they have to be backed by facts and citations and sources, which you have none.
We concluded it.
Right. We're the ones open to talking about it. Like, look, here was our chain.
You are pretending to be open to talking about it while you're vilifying and you are demonizing the opposing side. This is all pretentious and performative. Oh, I'm open to talking about it. And as soon as someone said, you got something's factually wrong, you just fucking attack that poor person in the fucking live chat. You're not inviting him to talk to you. It's like, oh, okay, let's have a chat. Would you like to come on? We can have a chat about it. How about we, talk about, somewhere after this show and you can tell me what I've gotten wrong. You're not open to dialogue. You're pretending that you're open to dialogue while you're beating down on that poor person in the live chat. So please, stop pretending, We see through the act. We see through the act. What the fuck?
Of reasoning for how we got here.
Correct.
Do you have a similar chain?
Where is your reasoning? You have not presented any reasoning. And you can have any reasoning. What are your sources? What are your facts? What are your citations for to use those reasonings? Like I said, facts need chain of evidence. For the facts to be established, you need chain of evidence, which neither of you have presented at all. I don't know if you can even understand what I'm saying at this point, if it's too complex for you both. And you know why I'm doing this now? Why I'm resorting to ridicule? Because you two have done that from the start. And I'm out of patience now. I was being the nice guy at the start, but I'm like, nah. You're just being performative. You're pretentious. You don't want to have an open dialogue. You're just pretending to have an open dialogue. Or being open to dialogue, sorry. So I'm slipping into ridicule now. Mockery. Like, this whole polemic framing and rhetorical flourishing, right? I shift on evidence. Again, you are shifting and the actual shift should depend on criteria and standards and not mere assertion. What are your standards? And how do we know? Give us an example where you have genuinely shifted your belief. In the past. Give us one example. None of you have that. God.
Of reasoning that went to that brought you to where you're at, and then we can try to like poke holes there. But
chain of reasoning is not enough. You need to have facts and evidence, citations, to establish that chain of reasoning. You can't just come up with reasons just like that. God damn it.
they can't do that. They just want to say, "Oh, this is my position." That's
That's not what that person said. You didn't even offer them dialogue to them. You didn't even say, okay, yeah, let's talk about it. Would you like to talk about this? Would you like to, we can have a conversation about this, maybe after this call, or we can set up a time, and you tell me where you think I'm wrong. You're not offering him that, or them. Sorry, I don't know what their gender is, so I'll call them them. Jessica from the Jessica, the transmetal metal alchemist from the live chat. Rhetorical positioning and polemic strategy is clearly far more important than actually knowing the truth and having correct positions on the issues. Absolutely ridiculous. Almost making to the 1 hour mark, which is cool. Almost. Another hour left. I think we will be okay. Oh god. Ay vey. Alright, let's see. How about we take another break? When was the last time I took the break? Do I remember when was the last time I took the break? Okie dokes. Alright, let's go.
presuppositional apologists. They're just like assuming that's right, and like they can't get out of that bubble.
Oh my God, you really hit the nail on the head on that, because it ties back to our love for epistemology, and that when you have epistemic justifications to derive at a conclusion based upon a reasonable premises and a reasonable argument, you and I can say, look, this is where we started. We started with our premises, and literally.
No, you need evidence. You need evidence to come to a factual conclusion. You just can't arrive at a conclusion just because you have good reasons. What the fuck, dude?
I'm talking about foundational premises, properly
waffle, meta, waffle.
basic beliefs. We'll get back into that topic one of these days. I love that topic. And then we derive conclusions based upon those properly basic beliefs through reasonable inference.
Beliefs are not enough. You need to back those beliefs by evidence. If you want to come to, if you want to make, informed and, proper arguments and, make good decisions, they need to be backed by evidence, not just beliefs. God.
I could tell you, Dave.
What was that, Steve? That knowledge is a subset of belief? Right? Remember?
I have not seen anybody from the far left being able to explain to me their epistemic justifications and exactly what you said, those chains of reasons to get them where they're going. Not one.
About what? For example?
Not one. To get to the conclusion they have.
Like what? Again, vague. Just vague. Everything vague. Nothing specific.
When you have that and you focus on it, like, it becomes a lot easier to have the conversations, right? Like, I can see precisely where you're getting, right? That's the...
No, you're not making any conversation easier because you have not specified anything. You have not given us anything specific. You have just demonized the opposite side or any dissenting opinion. That's all you have done throughout this 1 hour. That's all I have seen from you, both of you.
The proverbial premises and
then this performative, gesture. Oh yeah, we are open to, talk, and you're not.
Argument. And like I can talk about, or maybe I think that one's reasonable. Maybe I think the inference you're making here is a little bit dubious. Like we can look at the process. It makes it so much easier to have the conversations. We don't have to be combative. We don't have to just be like.
But you were talking about fight or flight.
I'm not going to talk about my reasons for this because, I'm scared that you might show that they're not good or something like that.
Yeah, Steve has already said that he's not going to, defend his beliefs because he thinks his beliefs are, infallible.
It invites the sort of open-mindedness that we would want in a free society.
Yeah, and at the same time, we'll see, like, the reality is on our side, not on the opposite side. We have we are the reasonable ones. They're not the reasonable ones. We have all the good policies. They have nothing. Yeah, right. This is how you have, like, open-minded conversation, David. Yeah, right. Definitely.
And by the way, I don't see him
Right.
asking for a link, right? So, I mean,
Just because they haven't. Did you offer? Did you offer them the link?
He's welcome to come in and discuss those things.
Okay, now you're offering them. After you have, like, verbally beaten them down, now you're offering them link. That's so bad faith, Steve. That is bad faith.
Again, I'm not interested in debate. And I want to make this very clear.
So why are you offering the link if you're not interested in debate? Do you know what debate means, Steve? Someone will say, Steve, you're wrong. And you will say, how? And then they will present their side of evidence or their reasoning. That's debate. You fucking idiot. What the?
Clear. I could change my mind on factual issues that I have incorrect understanding of.
I don't have that faith in you, Steve. I don't.
That's fine, right? But I'm not going to debate on some fundamental things. What I want is...
Like what? Like that women can't have dicks? Really?
For us to explain things to other people, which is exactly what the show was designed for in the beginning, in a very creative and a very fun kind of way.
This is not creative. This is not fun. This is boring. And this is bullshit.
Obviously, we have much more serious things that have happened in our society that I think takes precedence, but that ability to at least have conversations is still there for people that, as Dave said...
But you're not open to conversation, Steve. Debate is part of having conversations, and vice versa.
Are willing to explain to us their reasoning needing to get to the conclusions that they're at. Because I guarantee it, and I've asked these questions before, if you think you know what you're talking about, and again, I'm not saying that I do or that Dave does, but if you think that you do, then when I ask you a question and you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, I don't understand how you got to your conclusions if you know.
Maybe ask the question, give them the opportunity to prepare, and they might come back and give you the answer. It's not a test, Steve. It's a conversation.
Not informed enough to understand that there's major holes in your epistemology there, okay?
I don't think so,
Steve. I won't have a lawyer on tomorrow.
I don't think so. Steve even now understands what epistemology is at this point. Yeah, does Steve think that there is a black and white line that separates debate and dialogue because the two overlap and interblend with each other into each other? Yes, I think so. That's what the problem is with Steve. He has done that for his convenience. He's drawn a line between dialogue and debate, conversation and debate, for his convenience.
Tomorrow, I think we're planning. And it was
Oh, really? Did a lawyer come on your stream? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. No, they didn't. Did they? No, that's the one I'm looking at. Yeah, no. No one here, Steve. What the fuck? Did they opt out after watching this stream of yours? This is a stream full of, like, fucking vitriol.
a deist, which is interesting enough. And so I'm hoping I can have a show tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do a non-sequitur show a week, and I guess I'm getting a camera. But yeah, so I have a lawyer coming on tomorrow, Rex. If you want to talk about Constitution, he's pretty well versed in it. I've talked to him about constitutional law, and it's kind of fun. So, real quick, I do want to touch on something before we kind of go too further. It's been an hour. I do want to keep the shows down to an hour and a half. You know, Dave and I could probably talk all day. But I do want to bring up something about Charlie Kirk, if that's okay.
ended up being a
I could
2-hour
talk for a long
thing.
time. So there's a lot of misquotes out there by Kirk. And again, I don't want to get into the politics of that because I don't think it's really important. What I think is important is that the left has been willfully and vilifying Charlie Kirk deceitfully. Not a matter of, oh, hey, I don't agree with him because, he's a theist and, I'm not, or, he believes in family, whatever, I don't. I do. But I mean, I'm saying that the left doesn't like that. It's a matter of they have gone out of their way to willfully mislead people on his quotes and his understanding of philosophy, which is something, again, that you and I both like. So I wanted to touch on this with you. One of the biggest and egregious quote minings that I've seen so far, and there's been quite a few of them, there's been two that I really kind of want to touch on. One, civil rights, and two, empathy.
Yeah.
So what do you want to start with first, empathy or civil rights, Dave?
Well, we can go with the empathy one first. Let me just say, starting out to preface this, one of the most influential sort of quotes that I read early on in doing my own studies on things was a quote from Roger Olson where he said, before you say I disagree, make sure you can say I understand. And typically, if you see a quotation from somebody where they just said something that seems absolutely awful, you need to have developed this sort of skepticism about, okay, particularly if it's a very short quote, right? Is there going to be context here that contextualizes this? What's being left out? You got to be sensitive to that kind of stuff because we just know it's very easy to misrepresent somebody's words by taking something, snippet what they said, right? Putting ellipses in there. There's all kinds
like you have been doing this whole time with the left. Okay.
kinds of ways where it's very easy to misrepresent what someone says, sometimes just fabricating what they said altogether. So don't be too quick to believe these sorts of things when you just see a snapshot quotation from somebody. But yes, with that being said, we can go on to the empathy quotation.
Absolutely right. And it's funny because, the media is I don't know what's worse, contributing a false quote to somebody, or decontextualizing the actual quote where it's not even remotely the meaning of what they had intended. One is just an outright lie. The other one is a pernicious. It's so duplicitous because they know what they're doing, right? They know the whole quote.
Who are they? Who the fuck are they?
Some of them, what they hope is that the people that hear these quotes, even if they go look into it,
4.5 hours, damn. Let's see the Charlie Kirk stuff, and then maybe we'll continue this some other day.
don't have the understanding of what is really being said. So let's talk about the empathy quote. So, long story, people know, he's basically said that, he doesn't like empathy. And I'm not gonna put up the whole quote. Anybody can go find it. But basically,
why not? Why not the whole quote? Why are you cherry picking? And why are you pushing the burden onto your audience? You are the one who's making the claim. The burden is yours. What the fuck? Again, lazy as fuck, cherry picking. Dishonest? Probably. Come on, dude. Okay, sorry.
Said he doesn't like empathy. He thinks it's a made-up New Age term. And let me give my view on it real quick, and then I want you to give me your view, because David and I have not discussed this, so we're really coming to this very independent of each other. I'm kind of curious if we've reached the same conclusions for the same reasoning. But the way I interpret his meaning, and I've looked into this, and I've read, Thomas Sowell, who wrote a brilliant book called Disparagement and Discrimination and Disparities.
I read a book, therefore I'm right.
Right. And it was all about the unintended consequences of things. And it dived into what's called disparate impact theory. And this is what he was talking about. He was talking about, on a metaphysical sense, that the empathy that we have for people is not real empathy. What it is, it's basically a trying to understand.
I thought you were talking about Charlie Kirk's quote. Huh? Can you show the full... Can you start by showing what Charlie Kirk actually said? Like, dude. Oh my god, sorry. Yeah, another Mote and Billy. Exactly. True. You got it. Like... Hold on, give me 1 second.
And so there's some really good polling out of Alaska that shows that Kelly Shabaka is gaining on Lisa Murkowski and is in a very, very good position despite the
Okay.
Understand, but it is something that can be weaponized against them, because really what it is sympathy. We don't have the ability to like jump into somebody's mind and feel their quality.
Can you talk about Charlie Kirk's quote, please? Why are you trying to like prime your audience that Charlie Kirk probably meant something else? Can you play what Charlie Kirk said, please? Instead of bringing these unrelated things?
Or their sense data. That it is completely epistemically off limit to us. We can't do it. We can relate because we have our own understanding of things and say, look,
this is just putting, if that's what you're going to use to try and justify what Charlie Kirk said and try to change what Charlie Kirk said, you're just putting words in his mouth now. That's all you're going to do then. Hopefully you don't do that. Hopefully you don't do that. Let's see. God. The fucking desperation.
Sympathize with you because I wouldn't want this done to me. But the term empathy, and it was John Foley on the other day that pointed this out, and the way he explained it, and I don't know where he got it from, but I think he's actually right, though.
Don't know the source, but because it confirms my bias, it's right.
That is akin to telekinesis. It would be like, look, I cannot read your mind. I can understand that you have subjective thoughts. You have a conscious. You have a internal monologue, or most people do. I can understand that your thought process and your consciousness is going to be very similar to mine, because the only thing I have to draw upon as far as evidentialism, because I know you like that, is my own sense. That's what he was trying to relate to people. He was trying to relate, look, it's not really empathy, because empathy can be used by the left as weaponized empathy, but how are you going to empathize sympathy? And so there's a...
What the fuck? What did he say? I need to listen to this again.
And discrimination and disparities, right? And it was all about the unintended consequences of things. And it dived into what's called disparate impact theory. And this is what he was talking about. He was talking about, on a metaphysical sense, that the empathy that we have for people is not real empathy. What it is, it's basically a trying to understand, but it is something that can be weaponized against them, because really what it is sympathy. We don't have the ability to like jump into somebody's mind and feel their qualia or their sense data. It is completely epistemically off limit to us. We can't do it. We can relate because we have our own understanding of things and say, look, I sympathize with you because I wouldn't want this done to me. But the term empathy, and it was John Foley on the other day that pointed this out, and the way he explained it, and I don't know where he got it from, but I think he's actually right, though, that is akin to telekinesis. It would be like, look, I cannot read your mind. I can understand that you have subjective thoughts. You have a conscious. You have a internal monologue, or most people do. I can understand that your thought process and your consciousness is going to be very similar to mine, because the only thing I have to draw upon as far as evidentialism, because I know you like that, is my own sense. That's what he was trying to relate to people. He was trying to relate, look, it's not really empathy, because empathy can be used by the left as weaponized empathy, but how are you going to empathize sympathy? And so there's an unintended consequence.
So you understand what actually is being spoken about when someone says empathy, but the left doesn't. Talk about being bad faith again? Like, dude? Like, huh? Nani? I'm just looking for the notes. I can't find my notes. I put them somewhere. Yep, April from the live chat. Making an interpretation of the words instead of taking the words at face value. Can anyone else getting the YEC vibes? Right? Oh, here they are. On the notes. Fuck. There we go. All right. So, my notes. Not this one.
Consequence of well, that really goes more to some other things he said, but there's still that unintended consequence that when he says something, he knows that people are going to try to take it and misunderstand it, but he also knows that people like you and I are going to go look into it and go, yeah, you know what? Maybe he has a point here. He gets the discussion going because how many people have even read that book, right?
Right. Yeah. My take on this particular quote is
so. So what Steve is doing is obviously it's a category error. What he's trying to do is the Kirk's original quote, right, is a normative political critique of empathy rhetoric. And what Steve is trying to do is he's trying to push it into the category of technical metaphysics of qualia. That's what he's trying to do. Right? And then again, appeal to authority. Misapplied. And Sowell's discrimination and disparities is about policy disparities. He does not defend a metaphysical impossibility of empathy, but importing disparate impact to reframe a language claim stretches relevance. That's what it is. So, yeah, so Steve is just misapplying Sowell over here. Right? Sowell references the discussions are of disparate impact. The discussions of disparate impact are, yeah, in Sowell's references, the discussions about disparate impact are policy analytics, right? Not arguments that empathy is metaphysically impossible. Steve got it wrong, and he's misapplying it. You illiterate bum. You can't retrofit philosophical depth into a plainly political, riff, unless the speaker actually made that argument. If Kirk meant, a qualia thesis, then cite the segment where he says it. But so far, you're just reading it off someone else, and then David over here comes in and starts like going me.
Is that, well, so first of all, look at the way, like, what is the intention you're supposed to get from seeing the sort of just snipped portion that the left was sharing all over the place? It was typically in the context of, so this turns up after he's been killed, right? People are mourning the death of Charlie Kirk, and you've got a bunch of leftists online who are celebrating it, thinking it's the greatest thing ever. Of course, you've got conservatives or, just people with any smidgen of decency saying, like, look, you shouldn't be celebrating a murder like this. So the counter then, and this is sort of when the quote resurfaced, and it's like, well, why should we have any, why should we care, right? Why should we have any sort of respect for the guy? Because look what he said. He said empathy is it's a bad thing, right? And so that's the impression, like that's the dialectic.
So if someone reaches to a conclusion, even after looking at like, oh, he prefers sympathy or compassion or anything like that, right? Even then, if someone says that Charlie Kirk is bad for that, what do you have for that? Why are you just hyper focused on like people are snipping Charlie out of like out of context? Even with the full context, if people say that is wrong, what do you have for that? That's the main argument. And Steve tries to apply, the author Sowell, but he does not do it successfully. He misunderstood Sowell. Or he understood him, but he's still, dishonestly trying to retrofit it. So yeah, it's just fucking ridiculous.
Context and then the impression that the quote's being used for. The problem is if you go to like the very next sentence after where they always cut it off, is he says he prefers the term sympathy instead of empathy. So he's not saying that we can't have these sorts of feelings for other people who...
He said he doesn't have empathy. He's denying one set of feelings and then saying that other sort of feelings are okay.
Have come into misfortune or whatever. So he's not saying that it's inappropriate to feel anything for people. He's making a syntactical point about, or I guess I could say a...
syntactical? Really?
It's I think it's a metaphysical point myself, but...
Okay. I was taking it as a semantic point about sort of the words. But I mean, yes, obviously that's being brought in from the metaphysical point there about like what do the words actually mean. What he isn't saying is that you can't have these sorts of feelings for people when they fall into misfortune.
You can't have. He says he can't have empathy for people. You like he thinks that empathy is a made-up word. So he's excluding one type of feeling. Oh, he's okay with other types of feelings. So yeah, fine. That means he's not a bad person. Okay.
Fortune, which is precisely how the left was trying to use the quotation, and the very next sentence.
Again, citation needed. Please demonstrate. Demonstrate it. You just keep saying these things, David. You show nothing for it. Alright, intrigued. See you later. Yeah, we are also finishing. Yeah, I'm just gonna cover this segment and we are gonna be done. And maybe next couple of minutes. And I'll also end it here today. Because this is all bullshit and my head is hurting right now. Seriously. And we kind of have seen that they have nothing. And they're full of logical fallacies, full of misinformation, nothing. No sources, nothing. No citations, nothing.
Right where they cut it off makes that explicitly clear. So, I mean, yes, it's just flagrant misrepresentation.
He also said compassion, too. I mean, if I said, hey, Dave, this guy believes in sympathy and compassion, you'd be like, man, what a great guy, right? But they don't tell people that Charlie Kirk...
No, I don't think so, Kirk. People will say that Kirk is a great guy, depending on what, in totality, his views were. Again, cherry picking.
Had compassion for people. And if you watch his videos, you know that he did. I mean, I watched one where, the guy was this guy, hey, well, I'm a gay man. Would I be welcome in MAGA? And he said, well, first of all, why do you identify with any particular sexuality? Why does it matter? That's between you and whoever else. It's like, I don't have to agree, because he's...
That's not what the question is. And he immediately honed on to the person's sexuality. The question was whether I will be welcomed in MAGA. So what Kirk did there was he pivoted. He's avoiding to answer the question.
Christian, and he may not agree with the homosexual lifestyle.
So in short, he's not going to be welcomed in MAGA.
But he's like, but it wouldn't matter because you're not...
You're sure it doesn't matter to MAGA? Are you sure? Again, where did Charlie said that and where did someone ask him that? Citation needed. Right? This is anecdotal, evidence. And again, as who said that in the live chat? Someone said in the live chat. Was it April? April said, the Motte and Bailey fallacy. That's what it is. One, good exchange doesn't negate a long record of other statements that Charlie Kirk has made about the, or the statements that he made that about the LGBTQ plus community that can be perceived as hostile. Welcome if you share our, ideology narrows the claim. The empathy-sympathy line, it's well documented. Right? And then you provide this anecdotal, example, and you don't provide any citation for it. Whereas we know by broader records that, that include, Kirk's frequent, positions on LGBTQ plus policies, is like he's against the community. We know that. if you want to use this exchange evidently, then you need to provide the specific clip and the time code. Otherwise, you're just cherry picking. And again, you're framing the left as a monolith. And you're treating a single actor with one intent as the whole, the left. That's the composition fallacy. You can insist on context, but then context is, it's applicable both ways in your situations too. God, seriously. All right. We're gonna stop here today. So what did we stop at 160 40 160 1652? We'll stop here today, and when I find time again, we'll do it again. But yeah, I I think that Steve thinks that this will help get the non sequitur show back into I don't know where. I don't think so. I don't think so, because Steve is dishonest. He has no facts on his side. He doesn't provide any citations, any source. He's not open to debate or arguments. I don't think so he's going to go anywhere. Yeah, he's not. He's cherry picking. Yes, April, you're right. He's cherry picking because he knows like what exactly makes Charlie Kirk look bad, and he's trying to jump ahead and trying to overcompensate for it and making mistakes along the way. You know. Oh, he notice he doesn't address the quote about the gun deaths being what about gun deaths being worth it to keep the Second Amendment. Yeah, suddenly everyone's there's crickets on those quotes of Charlie Kirk. Yep. So okay, cool. We finished today. I don't know if Steve is going to watch this or not, but yeah, I know I'm better than Steve at this, and Steve is just yeah, um, he's hopeless at this point. If this is what he thinks will get non sequitur show back on any track, he's hopeless. So yeah, all right. Thank you everyone for coming today. And what I'll do is I will sign out. So cheers. Mm, do I have anything to um go out with? No, I don't actually. Huh? I don't have anything. Damn it. Oh, maybe I'll just I. Okay, cool. All right. Thanks everyone for coming. Have a good day.